The razzmatazz associated with the national celebrations have been shelved in line with the containment measures to curb the spread of COVID-19. President Kenyatta will only give a televised address to the nation from State House. Expectations are high that he should use the opportunity to give direction on what the government intends to do to ease the restrictions and, importantly, pronounce recovery strategies after months of lockdown that have virtually brought the economy to its knees. Now, since the country recorded the first COVID-19 infection in March, the government has imposed several controls, including a dusk to dawn curfew, partial lockdown in some counties, and travel restrictions. Health officials argue that the containment measures have slowed infections, which stands at 1,962 as we speak. Recent weeks have seen astronomically higher numbers, which are attributed to intensified mass testing and surveillance. The implication is that transmission has gone local. More infections are expected in the coming 2 months, and that should compel the government to enhance capacity to deal with the pandemic. But the immediate point of conversation here is the status of the nation. The coronavirus has dealt a severe blow to the national development agenda. It's not only a health problem, but also economic, social, and political. It traverses all sectors. The pandemic has ravaged the national as well as global economies. The initial projections of economic growth have been revised downwards. The consequent economic suppression has led to massive job losses and fallen incomes for corporate bodies. Productivity has plummeted as employers resort to cost-saving tactics. Most employees have been forced to work from home and leverage on technology for work delivery. Notably, job and income losses have caused misery at the household level, and the world and the nation are yet to see the worst of the crisis. All in all, the country is starting and staring at drastic changes in the economy as well as politics and other social sectors. It is incumbent on the government to socialize the public to the new reality. President Kenyatta must give us hope. Today accords him the chance to spell out the recovery plan. Besides the economic stimulus package so far announced, more has to be done. In his recent public address, the head of state stated that the lockdown cannot continue forever. The time to ease the restriction is now. And of course, we'll be heading to states where all this will be happening. But in the meantime, also, we have our reporters who are standing by all over the country right now. We have Kevin Mutai in Mombasa. Also, we do have Janet Nyamwai in Kisii. We have also Bill Otieno in Voi. We have Bernard Ojwang in Migori. And also we'll be joining Kennedy Mureithi, who is standing by at State House, where all these activities will be happening. As well, we have guests in studio here, where we shall be deliberating on the latest political tone and tenor in the country, and also looking at this year, how this Madaraka Day will be different. First, of course, in the country, thanks to COVID-19. So a lot of conversation will be happening here. And remember also, you can head over to our Twitter handle, which is @NTV Kenya, where we shall also be sampling some of the views much later in the course of the program. But let's get a feel of what is happening in Mombasa right now. Many people wake up to Madaraka Day. They go to, of course, the venues to see what will be happening, the fanfare and the razzmatazz that we're talking about. But let's just see what is happening in Mombasa. Kevin Mutai is on the ready to give us, of course, what is happening in Mombasa right now. Kevin, good morning. Good to see you.
We are joining the broadcast from Tononoka Market in Mombasa. It is in this place where the county government normally conducts national celebrations, but this time it is different. As you can see, there's a beehive of activities as traders are selling their farm produce, and of course this is a market that was created as a result of COVID-19. They used to operate from Kongowea Market, but the county government created satellite markets, which includes this one here in Tononoka, to stem the spread of the virus as well as to decongest the Kongowea Market. And of course, we've been speaking to several traders here, and they're complaining of tough economic times and of course suffering from restrictions put in place by the government in the effort to stem the spread of COVID-19. But I'll quickly move in to just engage some of them and have a glimpse of what perhaps they're expecting to get from the president's address today from State House during the Madaraka Day celebrations. First, you'll introduce yourself, what's your name, and of course, just bring us up to speed. How have you been doing in terms of business?
Kwa majina naitwa Julius Mutegi. Mimi ni chairman wa Tomato Wholesale Mombasa. Nikisema tangu tuje katika hii soko mbadala hapa Tononoka, enyewe tumekuwa na challenges nyingi sana kwa sababu kupitia ile lockdown iliwekwa ya kwamba watu wa Kilifi na watu wa Kwale hawezi kuaccess Mombasa county. Imekuwa ni changamoto kwetu wafanyabiashara kwa sababu hii bidhaa zetu zinaenda huwa tunategemeana zote county 3 hapa Mombasa. Kwa hivyo tumekuwa na changamoto nyingi sana kwa sababu wale wateja tunaoongojea waje wafanye biashara na sisi hawafiki. Kwa hivyo sasa imekuwa tu ni ile kungojea gari moja utumane mzigo ama yeye akutumie pesa umweke. Hii inakuwa ni kazi imekuwa ngumu sana. Lakini tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu hatukufungiwa kabisa, tunafanya biashara. Huwa tunapata kitu kidogo tu ya kujistatiti kimaisha na tunashukuru.
Ugumu wa maisha uko vipi?
Ugumu wa maisha ni kwamba hii biashara vile kulikuwa na flow ya kwamba leo mzigo umekuja, umeuza ukamaliza, huwezi maliza mzigo kama zamani hapo nyuma wakati ambapo ugonjwa ulikuwa kuja kututenganisha. Kwa hivyo kila mimi ningesema ni kwamba kama leo ni siku ya Madaraka Day, ningeomba tu Mheshimiwa Rais atuangalie kama nchi na kulingana na vile watu wamekaa nyumbani, watu wameadhirika, watu wamedhoofika kimaisha kwa sababu hata chakula kupata ni shida. Maana kile mtu alikuwa ametegemea kwenda ufanye biashara ama apate kitu, inakuta unapata tu chakula siku hiyo, na ndio tunategemea maisha yetu ya hand to mouth.
Nyinyi kama wachuuzi hapa mwategemea sana bidhaa kutoka sehemu tofauti humu nchini kwa wakulima ambao wanakuza mimea hizi ambazo muuza hapa. Kwa sababu gani ama mumeathirika kivipi kutokana na marufuku ambayo iliwekwa na serikali hususan ili kuzuia usafiri wa usiku na vile vile hata katika baadhi ya kaunti ikiwemo Mombasa, Kilifi na Kwale katika hapa eneo la Pwani?
Ya kama sisi wajua bidhaa zetu zinatoka up country, kutoka kaunti ya Kajiado sana. Kama hii bidhaa yetu ya tomato inatoka Kajiado County. Kwa hivyo sasa imekuwa tu ni yule tu dereva na gari ambaye amekuwa assigned kubeba ule mzigo ndiye amepata hiyo nafasi ya kwenda na kurudi. Ikiwa mimi kama naweza fuata ule mzigo pale ni kazi ngumu. Kwa hivyo inakuta ya kwamba hata ule mzigo unaweza kuja mzigo tu ambao si ule umechagua kwa sababu una access ya kufika katika mahali ule mzigo huko. Yes.
Wa mwisho kabisa, hebu njoo karibia hapa. Hebu tueleze watarajia kusikia nini kutoka hotuba yake Rais Uhuru Kenyatta?
Rais, mimi naitwa David Muchoka Kirigo. Mimi ni mwanabiashara hapa Kongowea, hapa Tononoka. Ile kitu niomba Rais atuangalie ni ajue watu wanahitaji kula. Bila kula tuwezi kuishi. We eat to live. Sasa Rais afunguze mambo ya kusema ati wale wanatoka huku Kilifi wasikuje. Wacha wakuje tununuliane. Mombasa hakuna chakula. Mombasa inatoka chakula huko nje. Mimi natoa Tanzania, kuna wale natoa Kilifi, kuna wale natoa huko country yote. Kwa hivyo aruhusu watu wawe wakikula chakula.
Na je, pengine unakubaliana juhudi za serikali katika vita dhidi ya janga la COVID-19?
Nakubaliana na serikali bila imefanya. Lakini sasa tunaomba Rais kama ni rais wetu aangalie kama baba yetu aone bila taweta tusaidia katika kungangana na katika hizi. Tusaidiane kwa yote.
Asante sana. Well, Dibal, you heard it from those two traders, but of course we've been speaking to others, of course, that they are currently doing currently selling their products, but of course one thing that they are expecting to get from the president is at least if there'll be any chance of lifting the curfews and of course enable them travel across the country so as to do business with other people from all over the country. But of course, remember, there's a lot more that is happening in the fight against COVID-19, as even the county government, I'm being informed that they're currently putting in place protocols and measures even as the national government prepares to open the economy. So we'll be speaking to stakeholders, the county government, and of course also the officials from the Ministry of Health to understand the situation and of course the efforts that they are currently putting in place to ensure that they'll be able to deal with the spread of COVID-19. Back to you, Dibal.
Many thanks indeed, Kevin Mutai there from Tononoka Market. And you can see it's a flurry of activity there. We want to head over now to Makueni, where we have Kevin Mumo also standing by to just give us a feel of what is happening in Makueni this morning. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning to you. I'm joining you live from Makueni, Water Town, and here in Makueni Town, today being 1st of June, and when we celebrate Madaraka Day. Here in Makueni, residents of this area have challenges during these celebrations, whereby they are citing that with the curfew and with the lockdown and with the bars and hotels having been closed, they are not able to access those areas, given that many of residents from this area they always watch live from maybe hotels and clubs and bars, and now that they are closed, we are going to be joined by one of the residents here in Makueni, maybe to tell us how he's doing during this Madaraka Day. Welcome.
Good morning, Kenyans. I'm John Mutisia. I'm a resident of Water from Makueni County. Naturally, I do business. I'm a businessman. I do transport. And today, we woke up a different day from the other Madaraka Day celebrations days. One, we used to ferry people from our locality to maybe Nyayo Stadium, Kasarani Stadium, and Machakos Kenyatta Stadium, and we used to earn. Today, we woke up differently. Nobody is celebrating Madaraka Day. Coronavirus is here with us. Nobody is close to mingle with the other and celebrate Madaraka Day. We have a change, a big change in our lives. We are earning nothing. The thing we will beg and request President Uhuru Kenyatta to extend this curfew. Honestly, we want the curfew extended. We want to curb COVID. COVID is an animal. It's here with us. It's killing our people. We want President kindly extend this curfew, keep us safe, and we will thank you later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is one of the residents here in Makueni County.
Kevin Momo there from Makueni. Our pictures just froze there. We shall head back to him much later in the course of the program. But we want also to head over to Kisii, where, just to remind you, this particular celebration was supposed to be marked there. But as soon as we have also Janet on the line, also we get our pictures as well, we shall relay that to you much later in the course of the program. But today, as I mentioned earlier, will mark 57 years of self-rule as it celebrates Madaraka Day, a milestone usually marked with pomp and color, as we are once again reminded of the vision our founding fathers had for the nation. But as a political class busies itself with the scramble for power, we ask who is busying themselves with actually building the nation? That's a probing question.
Barua toka Jaramogi na Kenyatta wanauliza kama Kenya kuko sawa.
57 years since Kenya attained self-rule. Indeed, were her founding fathers to ask, has Kenya lived up to her potential? Close to 6 decades since the Union Jack was lowered and the Kenyan flag unfurled was the aplomb and jubilation that greeted the hard-won right to self-determine, well-deserved.
At the Uhuru Stadium, the Articles of Independence were handed by the Duke to the country's Prime Minister.
Have the leaders to whom the mantle was passed to shepherd a young nation to the promised land done their ancestors proud?
There are two fundamental things that a resurrected Tomboya will see in Kenya today. The first one, he will see that Kenyans of 1963 entrusted political leadership to an intelligentsia that understood the dynamics of power, the issues of economic governance, the issues of international environment in which they are operating. 60 years after them, nearly 60 years after them, there is here Kenya where the political intelligentsia is not, to put it diplomatically, not very intelligent.
Kenya's development track record is often unfavorably compared to that of the Southeast Asian nations, popularly known as the Asian Tigers. Unfavorable comparisons the experts attribute in part to a lack of vision.
For a long time in this country, we have politicians leading us, as opposed to statesmen leading this country. The basic difference between a politician and a statesman is that a politician thinks about his or her re-election, how he or she can survive in political office. A statesman thinks about how he or she can actually serve the country. Saying that we put our interest, the interest of the country first and our individual interest second is not solving the problem. It is the action that we take. In East Asian countries, we have had leaders who actually do that.
Those who have no purpose cannot get lost. If you are not going anywhere in particular, any route can take you there. The Asian Tigers had a very, very solid commitment to a certain trajectory. In Kenya, we grew an alternative narrative, individual aggrandizement, an equal distribution of opportunity, mainstreaming corruption, and celebrating thievery. The consequences could not be the same as the consequence of the Asian Tigers.
The sons of those who championed Kenya's independence struggle, President Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, and Gideon Moi, are now championing the Building Bridges initiative as another opportunity to get things right. But others view it as another opportunity for the dynasties to secure their families' interests.
There has not been any African country, perhaps with the exception of South Africa, which had an inclusive national dialogue and created instruments of governance that could be the basis of a prosperous country. That you did in creating the Constitution of 2010. If that Constitution has not delivered us, I think you should ask questions about what it is that has failed us. It cannot be because of weaknesses in the Constitution.
That lack of implementation, in my view, has been one of the major weaknesses in our governance system. Because if you don't implement the good things we are talking about, then they are good as useless.
All the reports gathering dust on shelves evidence that a man's worth is judged not by his words, but by his willingness to bite the bullet. Olive Burrows, NTV.
Right. Let's just also show you what is headlining the dailies this morning briefly before also we embark on our discussion with our panelists. And remember also we are live this morning at State House. Our reporter, Kennedy Murithi, is at the radio also to give us that particular, of course, address by President Uhuru Kenyatta from State House. But this is what is headlining the front page of the daily. There you go. Pictures from State House. This is the daily for you. The promise of independence. Madaraka Day, 57 years on. We shall, it says, quote unquote, we shall build a country where every citizen may develop his talents to the full, restricted only by the larger aim we have of building a fair society. There will be no privileges for any minority. Equally, we shall see that no member of any group undergoes discrimination or oppression at the hands of the majority. An excerpt there from Jomo Kenyatta. This is May 27th, 1963, after KANU victory. There's a special focus on this on page 2 and 3 of the Daily Nation this morning. Let's see also how other dailies are faring on this. This is a standard for you, a season of coup, it says. Turmoil at Pertis, Wetangula ouster from the helm of Ford Kenya adds to month-long political thunderbolt that began with removal of DP Ruto's allies from key House leadership posts. New surprise, coalitions and ODM's purge on rebels. The story is tucked away on page 6 of the Standard today. Also, all eyes on DP as State House host Madaraka is another story. To attend or not, that's the question. This year's will be a Madaraka Day with a difference for a besieged Ruto, even as unconfirmed reports indicate surprise talks between President and his deputy. You have the story tucked away on page 4 of the Standard this morning. And We can move on and see also what we have on the front page of the Star. This is your headline this morning. Mudavadi links Raila to Weta Ford, Kenya ouster. And Sibo's claims ODM chief held secret talks with coup plotters. There was a scheme there, and there's a plot. There was a plot there and a scheme there, and there's a quote here from Moses Wetangula saying, quote unquote, the mischief has been escalated at a number of meetings led by the leader of NASA member party, whose objective is to destroy and dominate everyone politically. This is how the Star looks this morning. Let's move on and see what we have on the front page of the Business Daily as well. This is what we have on the front page of the Business Daily this morning. Tax collection falls by 20 billion shillings on COVID wars. Treasury data shows that April tax collection fell to 120.1 billion shillings from the 140.4 billion shillings in same month last year. The story continues on page 4 of the Business Daily. And the World Health Organization says higher incomes lift life expectancy across the world. Also, top money makers in sports world are revealed as well. You can find that in the Business Daily this morning. On the ticker, post-virus recovery top on agenda as lawmakers return. That is a story you can follow also inside the Business Daily as well. A quick one. Let's just go to across the border and we see what is happening in Tanzania as well. We get the dailies there briefly before we buckle down to discuss with our panelists as well. This is the Citizen in Tanzania plugging the 230 billion shillings wheat production gap. The government says plans are underway to boost production of the key cereal several fold, but planting it in rice plantation immediately after harvesting is complete. This is the Citizen in Tanzania. In Uganda, let's see what the Daily Monitor is giving us this morning as well. That's where it's hanging there. But I'll show you also what we have in Rwanda briefly. South Africa's RH Bob Hello Farm cross list on Rwanda Stock Exchange. This is New Times in Rwanda. Back to the Daily Nation, and this is where now I rope in also a panelist. We are holding court this morning with the founder and CEO of Africa Policy Institute. This is Professor Peter Kagwanja. Also, we do have with us Martin Olo. Martin Olo is an advocate of the High Court, also a lecturer at the Kenya School of Law as well. So we crossed over there, but I'm given to understand also we have Helen Auro on the line this morning to just talk to us as well and give us a feel of what is happening at Uhuru Park right now. Helen, if you can hear us.
Julian's, well, it's a rather unusual Madaraka Day. As you can see, there's no pomp, no color. Uhuru Park, there's no activity. Behind me, you can just see, if my cameraman can just pan towards my direction, people are just sleeping on the grass. There's nothing much happening. And on the other end, this would have been a day where families would have come out in large numbers. There'd be boat riding activities, there'd be face painting, where children would get to enjoy this particular day. But because of the ongoing pandemic, the families have not come out here. Nothing much actually is happening. Families have decided to watch the celebrations today from the comfort of their homes. And just generally, people have come out to bask in the sun, as you can see, but still maintaining social distance. Yes, pretty much, Julian, that's what's happening here at Uhuru Park. Nothing much. Back to you, studio.
Right, many thanks indeed, Helen Aura, there for baptizing me as Julian's. Thank you so much. Right, we have the Daily Nation with us. And as I mentioned, this was a bite from Jomo Kenyatta. We shall build a country where every citizen may develop his talents to the full, restricted only by the larger aim we have of building a fair society. There will be no privileges for any minority. Equally, we shall see that no member of any group undergoes discrimination or oppression at the hands of the majority. So we want just to rope in our panelists here briefly on this to see if are we really leaving the promise as it is, just given what is happening currently since 1963 and right now, gauging also the political tone and tenor in the country as well. Let's just begin with Professor Peter Kagwanja. Good morning, good to see you. It's been a while.
Oh, good morning. It has actually been a long, long while. Yeah.
Since COVID happened.
Yes, this is impact of COVID.
Yes.
I guess we can comfortably say that we are now living in post-COVID era. That seems to be what is emerging, post-COVID. How do you live at that time?
Are we yet there?
The Prime Minister...
March 11th. March 11th, we are in the post.
We're in the post.
Yeah,
since now it came into the country, right?
Yeah, the Prime Minister of Indonesia was really gender insensitive, very insensitive, when he said that COVID is like you and your wife. Initially, you think you'll control her. Then you discover you can't. Then you learn to live with her. Very gender insensitive, but well, very taking rounds in the media. If I could talk about the promise of independence, I think one of the things we must always keep in mind is that 5, 10, even 100 generations to come will still be looking for the national ideal. You can never achieve it. The best thing you can do is to set the best ideal for yourself so that you are aspiring to reach the best. The Americans are still struggling with, we are all created equal, you know, that kind of thing. And the pursuit of happiness. I mean, when are you happy or happiest? So that's one to underscore. The second is that there are milestones that we must meet. There are things that we must be part and parcel of our lives. It cannot be business as usual. If I think of Martin as a Karenjin, a Ruo, a Ruya, or like a Kikuyu, and he thinks about me as a Minjikenda or a Taita. That's obnoxious.
Yes.
So, I mean, down the line, we must be able to think of ourselves as Kenyans first and everything else second. That is not a mirage that we can achieve. Second, the question of access. I mean, it is obnoxious also to have, and this is J.M. Kariuki who was saying this in as early as 1975, that if you have, you know, a country of 11 paupers and, you know, and 1 million billionaires, then what kind of a country are you building? There must be a country that you may not all be equal, but at least somebody must have access to food, education, and the basic needs. That is, again, something that you cannot forgive. If there are people who are still in the Kenyans who are still in the street, shame on us. If there are Kenyans who are sleeping without shelter, shame on us.
Shame on us.
If there are kids who are not able to attend school for whatever reason, shame on us. So there are those things that we must be able to achieve. Obviously, by the time you reach the level of, you know, just pursuing politics for its own sake, and I think that's Dr. Mukisa Kitui who was saying it, that here we have politicians. I don't think we have very many leaders. Politicians just worry about tomorrow. Am I winning next election? Am I going to scoop this and that? They're just about themselves and then the next day, not long term. Leaders like Jomo Kenyatta, leaders like Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, leaders like Tom Mboya, leaders like Daniel Moi and others who were there in the 60s were thinking in their own way, in their own corner, limited way, because they were also limited, they were human beings. They were thinking long term about the country. I think the moment we remove these thugs, ruffians, and goons from our politics, and we listen to Professor Patrice Lumumba, that those who lead us have knowledge, and those who have knowledge have access to those who lead.
Right.
Because the two must be together.
Thanks. Thanks, many thanks to you, Professor Kagwanja. Yeah, politicians, ruffians, and thugs and goons. Yeah, if we remove them, then we might streamline the country into the right direction. This is what Professor Kagwanja is alluding to. Your thoughts, Martin Olo?
Let's come from the positive. When our leaders were fighting for independence, there was a galaxy of ideologues. There were some people who believed in something. They did not like the injustice, and they woke up and decided that they will mobilize against the injustice perpetrated by the colonialists. And they were in all Kenyan colors. I mean, there was Jaramogi there, there was Kenyatta there was Paul Ngei there was Martin Shikuku there, Tom Mboya there. There was no Luo, there was no Kikuyu. There were Kenyans saying, this is our country, we need to liberate it. And for sure, even as we achieved independence, there were certain ideals that we aspired to. So Professor is right that we've set ourselves ideals. what is important is that sometimes when you set ideals and set the vision, it can be your beacon, aspirations where you want to be. But the beacons that you begin to lay should be able to show that you're on that path. That's where the difference comes. That much as we speak well, much as our ideologues then, our independent fighters had something that they were fighting for and beliefs that they had, what has come out now is that there has been very little attempt to walk that path. And so everything we've tried to put in place has tended to reflect our other side of politics, our other side of tribalism and ethnicity, and not that Kenyan agenda that we were building. So today, just like at independence, we still talk about poverty, we still talk about illiteracy, we talk about ignorance, we talk about disease. In other words, today COVID comes and we are thoroughly on our knees. Malaria is still with us, and so are other simple issues. The question is, when you look at us and look at how we actually organize around the state, where are our priorities? And where do you begin? Look at our budget. Look at our budget and ask, so what is this budget to do? We are heavy on recurrent, heavy on security, heavy on military, heavy on public service, but very light on health care. Education, when we put in, it's not to really realize that quality and balance. It's infrastructure, it's and so on. So if we want to see where we are going, then we must also be able to check where our resources are going to. And indeed, what we should be looking at, like now, how is our universal health care helping us to buttress COVID? Look at the difference between the US and the UK. The national health system in the UK is holding on and making sure that anybody who is sick, including the Prime Minister, can actually get similar treatment. In the US, people are dying just because of inequality around healthcare. Because if you haven't bought insurance, you're not likely to have proper health, and therefore chances are that you'll die.
Thank you, Martin. Let's just get a feel of what is happening in the counties still now. We have Janet Nyamwamu in Kisii. Just to remind you, as I've mentioned earlier, in Kisii, this is where the celebration was to be marked today, but because of COVID, it has really added that wrinkle into today's activities that we cannot really have the fanfare, pomp and color, as it were. Every year, we normally see that happening within different counties as well. We cross over to Janet. Janet, good morning. Kisii, how is Kisii?
Good morning. Good morning, Dibal. As you have said, the celebrations this year were supposed to be here in Kisii, but that didn't happen because of the pandemic that is going on worldwide. And all the preparations had been completed. The roads had been given a facelift, the streets around Kisii town. The stadium where the celebration was supposed to be held also was given a facelift and was befitting a presidential function, but that couldn't happen. But now today I've traversed Kisii, and people are at home and celebrating from home as they were advised by the national government and the Ministry of Health because of the regulations that the ministry put of COVID-19. And there are residents in Mbonchari constituency who decided to showcase what they have been doing since the president had insisted on the Big Four agenda, and recently his speech about the eight stimulus project. And I'm here in Bonchari, and they're going to tell us how they're celebrating this Madaraka Day.
My name is Lilian Nyamoita Nyamweya, the CEO of Release Leather House, in conjunction with Suneka Juakali. I hereby do the project, which is under the CIDC projects. We were given the facilities which we are using. I have the tannery around, whereby we do the tanning. We get the hides and skins 200 meters away from here. And that is when we process up to wet blue. From wet blue, we take them to Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute.
What are your final products? And so far, since the pandemic started, how have you been conducting your business?
Yes, our final products are shoes, wallets, belts, bags, folders, and many other leather products. We hereby present them. You can see where they are, and we sell locally and other counties, whereby we have different designs of shoes. The first design of the shoe is the army boot. You can see I'm carrying it, and the army boot, the president was here, whom we took the photo with, the army boot, whereby His Excellency Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who has just mentioned about the agenda Big Four, where he's going to build the Msea people. We thank you very much for each and everything. Actually, we have got the challenges, the financial challenges, where we are striving so much. We don't have the modern machines, which we are looking forward from Msea to assist us get them.
Thank you, Madam, on your update on what you are doing here with Msea. I'm here again with another person who is working here and have been producing vegetables, dried vegetables. He's going to tell us the milestone they have taken so far.
By my name is Mr. Francis Orenge, and I'm the secretary of this association, Suneka Juakara Association, and Msea. We are under Msea at the CIDC of Wanchari. We are doing local vegetables, and we have done it because as now COVID-19 has come up, we want to...
Janet Nyamwamu there from Kisii, and of course pictures also, they're freezing there. They all say monkeys are hanging on the line, so we'll try and chase them away so that we can get a clear picture there from Kisii. Many thanks, Janet, as well. We shall come back to you much later in the course of the program. But let's cross over to Voi, where Bill Otieno is standing by to just give us also feel and flavor of what is happening in Voi. Not so much to expect as well, because we know there's no celebration on the ground as well. Bill, over to you. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Dibal, and I'm coming live from Voi, Taita Taveta. And indeed, it's the 57th year of independence or free rule in this country. And indeed, I'm following up on the normality that is normally here. And indeed, things have really changed. As you can see, my cameraman, if cameraman can pan, you can see businesses are going on as usual. People are not even really concerned about the day. And we are used to, people sitting at home following the event or the event working anywhere where the president is, or going to various stadiums to follow up what the county commissioner or regional commissioners have as a speech from the president. This week we did have several attention from people, and if I may have one of the people here, you can tell us what's your name, and this time we are not celebrating Madaraka Day because of Corona. Maybe tell us, how do you see it? How is it affected?
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Idris Mohamed. Nafikiri ni mara ya kwanza kusherehekea Madaraka Day bila kufanya sherehe kwa sababu ya gonjwa la Corona. Toka miaka 57 iliyopita, toka tupate uhuru kutoka kwa wakoloni. Na kwetu sisi tunaona si jambo zuri sana kwa sababu tumezoea kusherehekea Madaraka, kujumuika na marafiki, kwenda kwa mikutano, kusikiza viongozi, kutangamana na watu. Lakini kwa sababu ya Corona hatuwezi kutangamana na watu. Baadhi ya watu wako manyumbani na wamefungiwa kwa sababu ya gonjwa la Corona. Watu wanaogopa kutembea, watu wanaogopa kujumuika pamoja.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. If I may have one more person, just one more person, if you allow me, Dibal. Just tell us, how is this day very different from you?
My name is Ali, and I want to say this day comes to me as a surprise. At 57 years of independence, we can't still be talking about unaffordable health care, lack of basic needs. We are here at the Voi market stage. We don't have even water. Yeah. Just because our leaders have failed. Right. They have betrayed the spirit of Madaraka. So I don't really see the need of this celebration today. Mm-hmm. Actually, Corona has just come as a blessing in disguise.
All right.
Yes.
Dibal, those are just some of the sentiments from, area people. I'll call them the residents. And indeed, it's a new normal. I'll be giving it to you.
Many thanks indeed, Bill, there for those sentiments on the ground from Voi. We have also Bernard Ojwang who's on the line as well from Migori. Let's find out what is happening in Migori right now. Good morning, Bernard.
Morning, Dibal. Remember, it is an event that was anticipated by many to be celebrated in a unique way, especially by people coming from South Nyanza. That is, I mean, Homa Bay County, Kisumu County, and also Homa Bay County, Kisii County, where the event was supposed to take place. But unfortunately, because of COVID-19 pandemic, they have been forced now to celebrate or follow the event directly from on television, directly from their sitting room. They are saying that it is really sad for them. And of course, when we talk of economy, it was witnessed in other counties that had already hosted such kind of event. Many people, especially the business community, were expecting a good revenue collection from the customers who were coming at least to join or celebrate together with other people. But unfortunately, they are saying they are now it is an event that has really disappointed them. But before I get back to you, I'll be talking to one person here. Just tell us, how are they celebrating this day? You'll start with their name. How are you celebrating this day? It is Madaraka Day.
Yeah, my name is Bishop Pius Achila. And today, this Madaraka Day, we were expecting that this Madaraka Day was to be celebrated in Kisii. And, you know, it was to boost our economy around Rongo or Migori or Homa Bay County. But the way now it is being celebrated in the State House, you know, it's becoming so difficult, and we can't have a time to celebrate it, because by that way, you'll see the common man will have to go there, and even the matatu will be having money, and people will be traveling, and even the economy of this place, and even some of the things were to take place in a good way. Another thing, you know, this thing which as the COVID-19, it has really bring a big challenge in our life. And especially me as a spiritual man, you know, we are just expecting that even if this thing was to be held in Kisii, yeah, and we will have just to see that the government to open for us the church so that we can have a time to pray.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'll speak to the last person. Join me here. Join me. The last person. What are you expecting? How are you celebrating?
Yes, sentiments there from Migori with Bernard Ojwang. Of course, we can see a really heated debate there as far as worship is concerned, and the opening of churches as well. We want to cross over to Murang'a County, where Martin Mwaura is standing by. Good morning, Martin. Good to see you. How is Murang'a?
Yes, thank you so much, Debal. It's a bright Monday morning here as we celebrate the 57th Madaraka Day. And I just want to talk to a gentleman over here. He was born 3 years before this country had celebrated its independence. I just want to talk to him to tell us what he thinks is different from then and now. Karibu sana mzee. Ningeomba tu usimame hapa. Ningetaka tu niambie, leo tuna celebrate virtual Madaraka Day kwa sababu ugonjwa huu wa COVID. Sasa ningetaka tu utuambie kulinganisha miaka hiyo na sasa, ni nini unaona tofauti?
Kwa majina naitwa John Kariuki kutoka Nyakihaya location. Lakini nikilinganisha miaka hiyo ya 63 na waleo, kuna tofauti kubwa sana. Kulingana na vile mambo ya wakati hiyo ilivyokuwa na waleo. Wakati hiyo siku ya Madaraka tulikuwa tunajazana kwa uwanja. Kulingana na vile tulikuwa tunashika hii Kenya yetu kwa nguvu na kwa kusherehekea uhuru. Lakini wa leo watu hata siku ya Madaraka uwanga hawaoni kama ni siku ya Madaraka, ni kama siku zile zingine kama kawaida. Sababu ni nini?
We'll clear away the monkeys there. We've had also that particular line hanging with Martin Mwaura from Murang'a. But you can see how quiet every venue that we are bringing to you also is this morning in light of today's celebration that much was expected, pomp and color. But as I've said, that wrinkle has been added by the COVID-19 pandemic. But we want to cross over now to State House, where Kennedy Mreithi is at the ready to also give us a feel and flavor of what will be happening today in State House, where we'll have that televised address from President Uhuru Kenyatta. Kennedy, good to see you.
A very good morning to you, Dibal, there in studio. And here at Status is that plans are still underway to have this year's Madaraka Day celebrations, where it is very unique, where we are faced by a pandemic that is ravaging all throughout the world, but it is not dampening the spirits of Kenyans, and it is also not dampening the spirits of those who are here. And what we've already seen since we came is that one of the things that we've actually noted, Dibal, is that security is very much heightened, despite the fact that there are not so many people who are coming here, but also there are the preparations to make sure that the social and physical distancing is actually actualized at this particular point. If my camera person will be able to show, is that that is where the plans are going on, and also there is the meticulous planning and also the placement of the chairs with each and everybody's name. We do expect probably the people who are going to be here, if there will be many, will be about 30 people. Then President Uhuru Kenyatta, where he will be seated, the dais or the main dais where he will be, there are not so many people that are scheduled to be there. There's only probably the president, his aide, and one more person. And that is something that we will be witnessing when we do come. Then if my camera person will be able to show there at State House, the precinct itself, is that there are seats that have been placed on one of the balconies. Those two seats, we do understand, have been set aside for the First Lady and the wife of the deputy president, if they do come. So they will be watching it from there. They will not be allowed to come to this side, and they will be hearing those proceedings from that other area. So we will be looking to see how, or the interesting bit of how they will be able to follow through, because everything is being done in an effort to make sure that they do maintain the social distancing and the physical distancing. On the other side, there are exits and entrances that are being manned by police officers, the army, the GSU, all of them, and everything. This is how the field actually looks like. There is nothing else that is happening on this other area. It's just the grass. And probably when this function is almost starting, the media will be allowed to set up their cameras at that particular point. So that is what is happening here, Dibala, and we are keeping a close eye to see what is it that will be happening here. What is the politics of the day? What are some of the solutions that President Uhuru Kenyatta will be saying? Because we also do expect, somebody was telling me that there is even a probability that President Uhuru Kenyatta may ease some of the restrictions that we do have. And if he does not, then he will be giving options of how Kenyans will be going. We were waiting to see whether Deputy President William Ruto will be here, because he has not been seen in public with the president for quite some time. The last time was when we were having national prayers. So we are keeping an eye on everything that is happening here, Dibal, and we'll be giving you an up-to-date information of what we do get and informing our viewers when this particular ceremony starts. Back to you, Dibal.
Kennedy Murede, before I let you go, just briefly, now that we don't have any military parade, no pomp and color, no celebrations, what actually is on the program? Very briefly.
Dibal, there is going to be parade. It is being set up on this other side of the fence. When we came, we actually even saw police officers dressed in their number one, as they call it, practicing even the music. So we are going to be seeing that it is complete. The only difference, Dibal, is that it is being held in State House, and the number of people who are going to be involved is not going to be as intensive as it has been before. If it were going to be held in Kisii as it had been planned, then it would have been bigger and better. There is one person who was talking to Ojong and saying that they were really looking forward to their economy being revived and being revitalized by that function being there. But on this side, there's a small number of police officers on the other side that have been practicing, and probably right now they have gone and they're waiting for President to come, and then that is when they will be doing it. Most of them whom we saw are actually the police band who go with the president every time, and they do, and just as they've done in every national function, they'll be able to sing the national anthem. They'll be able to, and also President Uhuru Kenyatta might just get or go through the parade. Also, another thing, Dibal, before I go back to you and as I finish to hand over to you, is that there are people in different parts of this country who are going to be involved in this ceremony. Actually, one of the people who is going to pray, Dibal, is from Il Bisil, and they are going to be praying through digital or virtually. So this is something that is being experimented that in different parts of the country, so that everybody feels they are involved in this particular function, Dibal.
Many thanks indeed, Kennedy Muridi there. And of course, everything is turning out to telecommuting right now, going digital as it is. Lastly, let's hear from Mwasame, Zacchaeus Mwasame, to just give us a feel and flavor also of what is happening on the ground. Let's cross over to him. Mwasame, good morning.
Good morning to you, Diba. We are coming to you live from the county of Bungoma. A lot of things are happening here. You remember yesterday, the house of Fort Kenya Party leader Moses Wetangula. That is what we are keeping an eye to just find out what is happening. But we cannot honor from the fact that today is Madaraka Day and there's a lot of expectations from people. In the past, this has been a jovial day manned with a lot of activities, entertainment. You remember from this this part of the country, this is the origin of Kamabeka. This is the day where we have people doing their traditions in the name of entertainment, leaders gathering up. Like for the case of Bungoma, usually this day is manned at the Kandui Stadium, but today we have been there, nothing is there. This is due to the coming of coronavirus, that's the COVID-19, and it has actually changed everything. But then we have to get some views from the residents here. What is their expectations and what do they make up of this day? We are joined by one of the residents here, Bishop Makecho, to just tell us. Today is Madaraka Day and you are here. This is a day that has been in the past being celebrated all over. What's your expectation of this?
You see, during our days when we were growing up and when you hear about Madaraka Day, it will excite you because you know you will be going to join other people, dance around, hear traditional songs, people praising our leaders. But at this particular time, as you can see, it's like nothing is happening. It's like it's like a normal day, just any other day, because one of the economic status that people are experiencing too. Because of this COVID-19, it's an issue, a pandemic that has come in to actually change a lot of things. So therefore, at this particular time, as you see, I have to put on my my mask, which I have kept it somewhere because of maybe talking on media. But we are supposed just to have our social distance, use the mask and sanitize, and that's what is going on. But you see, there are people down there in the villages who still think because of the lockdown and everything, we are experiencing a lot of challenges, no food, even others are not getting clean water. And so they cannot celebrate anything when they are hungry and when they are not accessing things which actually they are supposed to access.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much, Bishop Makecho, for that. We'll give this gentleman another chance.
Okay.
1 minute. What's your name and what do you make of this day?
My name is Vitali Sokwa. Mimi ni mfanyabiashara ya biashara ndogo ndogo. Nasikia leo ni siku ya Madaraka. Kwa vile siku hizi Madaraka watu hawako vile walikuwa zamani, maisha imekuwa ngumu. Ugonjwa sasa iko Kenya, unaona maisha si mzuri sana. So watu wanashughulika tu vile hata vile wanaweza survive. So hii Madaraka Day hii ni mambo ya kawaida, imekuwa kama mambo ya kawaida. Watu washughuliki kama zamani kwa sababu maisha pia ni ngumu, uchumi pia si mzuri. Lakini ni siku tunaenjoy kwa sababu ni siku mzuri kwa sisi wana Kenya kwa kusherehekea.
Asante.
Tulipata uhuru.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Also, now you have given me a chance. Can you kindly move so that I can take my position? So, thank you so much. That is the views of residents from Bungoma about this day, and they say that this is a day that has been marked with a lot of activities, but today it is actually not celebrated because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Back to you, Diba.
Many thanks indeed, Zacchaeus Mwasame there from Bungoma. It will have been very interesting also if we had the celebrations there to see just the turnout of events following what happened yesterday with the political intrigues as far as Fort Kenya is concerned as well. That also will be keeping our eyes peeled on that to see what will happen of course, in the chaos of the week as well. Back with my guest, I'm holding court this morning with Professor Peter Kagwanja, who is the founder and CEO of Africa Policy Institute, also Martin, the law advocate of the High Court and the lecturer at the Kenya School of Law. We continue with the conversation apace. We saw also Kennedy Muriithi from State House there, as we saw the grounds as well, quite empty to the usual, Madaraka Day that we're used to. But your expectations is what I want to hear today. Following what happened also last week on Saturday, the president released the 8 points stimulus package for the economy. Do you think he will piggyback on that today and touch on various sentiments that he had alluded to, infrastructure, SMEs, health, and the rest of the things, agriculture, tourism, that has really taken a hit as it is right now? Peter Kagwanja, your expectations?
Yeah, the expectations are that we're going to get a clear roadmap as to how we exit coronavirus, because what we have, the challenge we have had is to balance between economic production, because that's what the country is about, and the new protocols on social distancing. The reaction was to swing to the extreme, to shut down everything, which has its consequences, because it means that there are certain families in a country like this where majority of our people are in the informal sector or are living from hand to mouth. Then 1 day of no work means starvation, literally. So a clear roadmap on where we are headed as we move this. And Kenya will not be the first one. South Korea has spelled out that one. Switzerland has. Many other countries are already going that. That doesn't mean that we flank the doors or plug the doors open. It means we get there systematically to maintain that. The other thing one would expect is how the 53.7 billion shilling economic stimulus package is going to be distributed. In the past, we have really distributed to heavy consumer.
Professor Peter Kagwanja, we have to head over to the State House right now, because there's a documentary which will be running anytime right now. Let's just cross over and also take a keen look at what is happening as far as the documentary is concerned.
Hamjambo, wananchi wapendwa popote mlipo. Karibuni tunaposherehekea pamoja sikukuu hii ya Madaraka, makala ya 57. Jina langu Mike Gitone.
Nami ninaitwa Sara Mauti, na heri njema ya sikukuu hii ya Madaraka. Mnamo tarehe mosi mwezi Juni mwaka 1963 tulianza kujitawala kama taifa. Nchi yetu ilipata mwamko mpya baada ya mapambano ya muda mrefu ya utawala wa wakoloni. Vita hivyo vilisababisha mateso na hata maafa kwa maelfu ya Wakenya katika taifa letu. Hata hivyo, juhudi hizo za kukabiliana na wabeberu zilitupelekea kuandikishwa katika vitabu za kihistoria kama watu wanaojali maslahi ya wengine na wanaoendelea kutetea na kuwezesha wenzao kijamii na kiuchumi.
Tunaposherehekea siku hii, tunawapa heshima, kuwapongeza na hata kuwavulia kofia wote walioshiriki kwenye harakati za kukomboa nchi yetu. Nchi hii haitawasahau, maana walitenda hayo kwa ajili ya moyo mkunjufu. Ndio maana siku ya leo tunasherehekea sikukuu ya Madaraka. Hebu kidogo tu tutafakari hatua zetu. Je, sisi kama wananchi tunaheshimu uhuru wetu? Je, sisi tunawapa mfano upi wale ambao ni kizazi kijacho? Langu mimi na wewe ni kutetea ukombozi wa taifa letu kwa kutenda yote yaliyo bora na yaliyo haki.
Sio busara kutowatambua mashujaa mbalimbali ambao pia wamechangia juhudi zao kulinda uhuru na manufaa ya uhuru huo tuliojinyakulia. Tunawapongeza wakulima wetu wanaoendelea kutekeleza kilimo katika ardhi tulizozipigania kwa kuzalisha chakula kwa manufaa ya familia zetu. Walimu na wasomi wengine wanaoendelea kutoa mafunzo na kuwapa maarifa vijana wetu. Maafisa wetu wa usalama, wahudumu wa kiafya, pamoja na viongozi wa kidini ambao wanaendelea kutukumbusha kwamba kila mara ni muhimu kuhudumia wenzetu popote tulipo.
Tunafurahia hali hii ya kutokuwa chini ya utumwa. Sharti tufanye nafasi hii iwe muhimu kwa kila Mkenya. Ikiwa mojawapo ni kupitia ukuaji wa kiuchumi, hususan usawa katika usambazaji, na tukishafanya hivyo tutaweza kusonga mbele kama taifa. Jambo hili litakuwa bora kwetu sisi na hata kwa vizazi vijavyo.
Kutokana na maradhi ya COVID-19, Kenya imepitia hali ngumu kibiashara, utalii, kilimo, utengenezaji bidhaa miongoni mwa sekta nyinginezo. Tunahitaji kuwa na moyo wa ushujaa na kuwajali Wakenya wenzetu katika jitihada za kutengeneza uchumi wa taifa letu kwa siku za halafu. Hata hivyo, tunafaa vile kupiana moyo kwa yote ambayo tunayatenda ili tuendelee kusonga mbele pamoja, inavyokili kauli ya sherehe hii ya siku ya leo.
Naam, sherehe hii ya Madaraka imefika wakati taifa letu sawia na mataifa mengine kote ulimwenguni inaendelea kupigana na vita dhidi ya virusi vya korona, na hatungeweza kutangamana kama ilivyo ada na desturi yetu, na hivyo basi ni bora kuzingatia masharti kama yalivyowekwa na yote 9. 10 ni kwamba hatuwezi kosa kusherehekea mengi mazuri ambayo taifa letu tumepiga hatua kwake. Siku ya leo basi tumewaandalia kipindi cha burudani, nyimbo ambazo zimepangwa zikapangika, miziki iliyo mizuri laini kama zinga za farasi, na yote hayo ni katika sherehe hii.
Yeah, we have to interrupt that particular broadcast. I think State House will, they're trying to deal with the technical challenge there with the picture. Then we'll go back to it much later in the course of the program. But we continue with the conversation apace with our panelist here, Peter Kagwanja, who is the CEO and founder of Africa Policy Institute, also Martin Law, advocate of the High Court and lecturer at the Kenya School of Law. Before I interrupted you and we went over to State House, you were on to something, and I hope you've not really lost your track of thought.
No.
Yes, please.
We are very clear that one of the major impact of coronavirus or COVID-19 is the devastating impact it has had on the economy across the world. So that's one point. The second is that and why this has happened is because it has kind of driven a lift between what we'd call normal production and the need to have the protocols of keeping social distance, and our reaction as a country and as a world was basically to shut down everything that would bring our people together, which was important because we had to go through this shock and learn that we have to have a new way of life. The new normal is where you don't do things as you used to do them. But one expectation is that since the world is moving towards a post-COVID era, and a post-COVID era is where you now try to balance production and these protocols of social distancing. What is the government's position on this? How is it? What is the roadmap that they are going to give us or moving out of COVID? We have many diseases, as you know, yes, malaria and others. That we live with them. We get sick, we go to the hospital. Yes. Some of us give up, others continue, and so it's really the normal way. COVID will just become one among many of the diseases we are dealing with on a day-to-day basis. So we need to know how to exit that. Finally, the big question is, we have $53.7 billion. Are we going to do business as usual, whereby you talk about big infrastructure, constructors, big skyscrapers? I think it's critical that money is put in people's pockets. The real economy is where the people are. Yes. If we find a way of giving farmers that money, of people who go deep into the grassroots, those who buy chicken, those who buy mihogo, those who buy sugarcane, if those people have money, then the economic crisis will be starting really fast, very, very fast. But if we do 10 roads or 3 roads, then the only people who might get that money are those who are going to be on the roadside, those who are doing the cleaning and so on. So I think we need to have a more social focus on this economy. I know it's economic, but we need to have a more social focus. What do we mean? Because the people who have suffered from corona are those who have been affected socially. The Kadogo economy, literally, that's the one that has been battered. The rest of the economies can be resilient. We'll get back our workers in our offices. we're going to do the things, but the Kadogo economy is going to take a long time. There's somebody who might have been wiped out completely out of business. I know 3 or 4 people who have called me. They are being kicked out of the house completely, and so they have 2 problems they are presenting to you. One, we are being kicked out by the agent from the house, and 2, we don't have anything to eat. This is the tragedy of many Kenyans. And until we go that deep, if we talk about health, these issues, the normal development, the Pillar 5 and Pillar 4, whatever.
The Big 4 agenda.
The Big 4 agenda.
It will go way over.
That will go over. The current thing is to heal the wounds.
So this actually calls for a robust social engineering.
Yes.
As we speak, Martin Olo. And could we try and also focus on what happened last weekend, where the president also gave this stimulus package? If you're talking about holistic or social engineering as well, he touched on infrastructure. So you're saying we should not really also piggyback on that robustly, but try and reach mwananchi at that personal level, because it is adversely affecting you at the personal level. Martin, your input.
You see, Dibal, there are 2 things here. Number one, that it's true that with the COVID and the closure, the curfew and the measures we've taken as a country, a lot of our economic lives have been battered, whether in employment or in the informal sector. There are industries that have actually come right on their butts. That is like the hotel industries, the airlines, the transport and so on, where they have shut down. I mean, you've heard of Fairmont, for example, sacking. Serena now is sending everybody on leave and so on. So they are actually, and of course, tourists are not coming in, and therefore we are not getting the kind of business that we can get. So we need to take measures, number one, that will open the country, but put in place the social measures. For now, I think, and I'm hoping that when the president speaks, he'll tell us, look, as a government, we've shown you how to behave. We've told you to keep your social distance. We've told you to wash your hands and sanitize whenever you can, and we've told you to put on your face mask. Those things we've told you, and we've even shut down, and we've told you how we now need to organize. But we now want to shift this responsibility to you as a Kenyan, as a person, so that we can keep our lives going, but still be safe and so on. And let's also say that there have been some positive things in this COVID. Because we are washing our hands, we are also covering our faces and the mouth and noses with the masks. We are told even diseases have gone down, diarrhea and other things have gone down. So there's something we've learned out of this thing, that actually if we are clean and we keep our distance and we behave ourselves, even our expenditure on health will go down. Now that said, when you talk about the 53 million shillings, I know that Professor keeps thinking of dollars, it was shillings. When you talk of 53 billion shillings, this money is from the state. Now,
Martin, I'm sorry, I have to also butt in as well. In justice to you, today, of course, we have to head over now back to State House, where we know the aspect ratio has been sorted out. Let's just listen in and look at the documentary.
Hamjambo, wananchi wapendwa popote mlipo. Karibuni tunaposherehekea pamoja sikukuu hii ya Madaraka, makala ya 57. Jina langu Mike Gitone.
Nami ninaitwa Sara Mauti, na heri njema ya sikukuu hii ya Madaraka. Mnamo tarehe mosi mwezi Juni mwaka 1963 tulianza kujitawala kama taifa. Nchi yetu ilipata mwamko mpya baada ya mapambano ya muda mrefu ya utawala wa wakoloni. Vita hivyo vilisababisha mateso na hata maafa kwa maelfu ya Wakenya katika taifa letu. Hata hivyo, juhudi hizo za kukabiliana na wabeberu zilitupelekea kuandikishwa katika vitabu za kihistoria kama watu wanaojali maslahi ya wengine na wanaoendelea kutetea na kuwezesha wenzao kijamii na kiuchumi.
Tunaposherehekea siku hii, tunawapa heshima, kuwapongeza na hata kuwavulia kofia wote walioshiriki kwenye harakati za kukomboa nchi yetu. Nchi hii haitawasahau, maana walitenda hayo kwa ajili ya moyo mkunjufu. Ndio maana siku ya leo tunasherehekea sikukuu ya Madaraka. Hebu kidogo tu tutafakari hatua zetu. Je, Sisi kama wananchi tunaheshimu uhuru wetu? Je, sisi tunawapa mfano upi wale ambao ni kizazi kijacho? Langu mimi na wewe ni kutetea ukombozi wa taifa letu kwa kutenda yote yaliyo bora na yaliyo haki.
Sio busara kutowatambua mashujaa mbalimbali ambao pia wamechangia juhudi zao kulinda uhuru na manufaa ya uhuru huo tuliojinyakulia. Tunawapongeza wakulima wetu wanaoendelea kutekeleza kilimo katika ardhi tulizozipigania kwa kuzalisha chakula kwa manufaa ya familia zetu. Walimu na wasomi wengine wanaoendelea kutoa mafunzo na kuwapa maarifa vijana wetu. Maafisa wetu wa usalama, wahudumu wa kiafya pamoja na viongozi wa kidini ambao wanaendelea kutukumbusha kwamba kila mara ni muhimu kuhudumia wenzetu popote tulipo.
Tunafurahia hali hii ya kutokuwa chini ya utumwa. Sharti tufanye nafasi hii iwe muhimu kwa kila Mkenya. Ikiwa mojawapo ni kupitia ukuaji wa kiuchumi, hususan usawa katika usambazaji, na tukishafanya hivyo tutaweza kusonga mbele kama taifa. Jambo hili litakuwa bora kwetu sisi na hata kwa vizazi vijavyo.
Kutokana na maradhi ya COVID-19, Kenya imepitia hali ngumu kibiashara, utalii, kilimo, utengenezaji bidhaa miongoni mwa sekta nyinginezo. Tunahitaji kuwa na moyo wa ushujaa na kuwajali Wakenya wenzetu katika jitihada za kutengeneza uchumi wa taifa letu kwa siku za halafu. Hata hivyo, tunafaa vile vile kupiana moyo kwa yote ambayo tunayatenda ili tuendelee kusonga mbele pamoja, inavyokili kauli ya sherehe hii ya siku ya leo.
Naam, sherehe hii ya Madaraka imefika wakati taifa letu sawia na mataifa mengine kote ulimwenguni inaendelea kupigana na vita dhidi ya virusi vya korona. Na hatungeweza kutangamana kama ilivyo ada na desturi yetu. Na hivyo basi ni bora kuzingatia masharti kama yalivyowekwa, na yote 9. 10 ni kwamba hatuwezi kosa kusherehekea mengi mazuri ambayo taifa letu tumepiga hatua kwake. Siku ya leo basi tumewaandalia kipindi cha burudani, nyimbo ambazo zimepangwa zikapangika, miziki iliyo mizuri laini kama zinga za farasi. Na yote hayo ni katika sherehe hii ya Madaraka, makala ya 57, kauli mbiu pamoja tusonge mbele.
Tunaanza burudani yetu kwa wimbo unaofahamika kama Mungu Baba. Huu ni wimbo ambao uliweza kucharazwa na Rafton akishirikiana na kwaya ya wanakikosi cha GSU. Utafuatwa na wimbo Kenya ambao uliimbwa na kijana Peter Omwaka almaarufu Garden Angel, na kisha baadaye tutakuwa na wimbo We Are One ambao pia uliweza kuimbwa na muungano wa wasanii wa humu nchini. Nyimbo hizi zote zinahimiza tuweze kuishi kwa amani, vile vile tuweze kuishi kwa umoja, na katika ukizisikiliza kwa makini ni nyimbo ambazo vile vile zinatufahamisha kuwa ama zinatusherehekea sote kama Wakenya katika nchi hii yetu tukufu. Mungu Baba twaomba, uilinde nchi yetu, tuishi kwa umoja, chuki situmalize, tusameane tupendane. Ni wewe Mungu pekee, Mungu Baba twaomba, uilinde Kenya yetu, tuishi kwa upendo.
wa tamaduni ya jamii ya Wapokomo kutunga sauti ya wimbo huu wa taifa. Leo tunafanya mambo kwa njia ya kipekee. Sherehe hii bila kutangamana, huku tukizingatia kanuni za afya ambazo sote tufahamishwa kwamba ni bora kuweka nafasi bila kukaribiana. Lakini kabla ya hayo, dadangu Sara, tunasherehekea nini leo?
Ninasherehekea hatua ambazo tumezipiga kama wanawake hapa nchini. Ingawaje tuna safari ndefu bado, tumeanzia mbali katika juhudi za kuafikia haki zetu kama wanadada katika taifa hili. Na hata hivyo, baadhi ya hatua ambazo tumezipiga ni kama katika nyanja za kijamii, kisiasa na hata kiuchumi.
Naam, tunaendelea na kipindi chetu cha burudani. Na kwa sasa tutapata wimbo ama nyimbo zitakazofuata ni nyimbo ambazo zinaenzi na kuboresha tamaduni zetu kutoka katika jamii mbalimbali. Wimbo ambao ni Tusonge Mbele, ulioimbwa na kundi la wasanii au mkusanyiko wa wasanii, na kisha watafuata watoto wetu ambao wamecheza wimbo mzuri, wimbo wa nchi Kenya, na zote kwa pamoja kama nilivyotaja zinazingatia masuala ya maadili bora, ikiwa ni kutunza masuala ya tamaduni zetu, mila na hata desturi zetu. Karibuni tuburudike pamoja.
Tunakubali virusi vya corona vimebadili shughuli zetu za kila siku katika taifa letu. Nyimbo hizi mbili zifuatazo zinatukumbusha wajibu wetu sisi sote kama Wakenya ambao tunafaa kuzingatia ili kupigana na virusi hivi hatari vya corona. Wimbo wa kwanza utakuwa ni Pamoja Tutashinda, ulioimbwa na wasanii mbalimbali wa humu nchini, na kisha utafuatiwa na wimbo Tumalize Corona Kenya. Huu ni wimbo ambao uliweza kutungwa kwa njia mwafaka na kwaya ya Ikulu, na utaweza pia kutufahamisha yote ambayo tunafaa kuyazingatia. Karibuni tusikilize na tusherekee pamoja.
Nimeosha mikono, osha yako. Nimeosha mikono, osha yako. Ikiwezekana fanyia kazi kwako. Ikiwezekana fanyia kazi kwako. Hata Mungu muabudie kwako. Hata Mungu muabudie kwako. Yuko kila pahali, hata kusikia. Ombea wale imeshafika kwao. Ombea wale imeshafika kwao. Kwa huruma zake Mungu ashinde kifo. Kwa huruma zake Mungu ashinde kifo. Nawe jizuie, usikushike. Ni kwa muda tu, tutashinda. Hata kama Tujiepushe na umati wa watu, tuweke kati yetu nafasi, tusisambaze virusi. Ikiwezekana hata tusisafiri, tusiwaweke wengine kwa hatari, tujizuie tusiambukizwe. Oh, ni kwa muda tu, tutashinda. Hata kama hatuwezi kusana, roho moja. Hata kama hatuwezi patana, shirikiane. Kawia kidogo yule hana, adui ni moja, tutamshinda. Tukiwa pamoja, tutashinda. Adui korona, tutakushinda.
Tumekabiliwa na janga hatari sana, janga la korona. Wakenya ni wakati wa kushikamana sote kwa pamoja, tuyafuate maelekezo yale ya serikali, tushirikiane. Wakenya pamoja, tumalize virusi vya korona. Wakenya pamoja, tumalize virusi vya korona. Osha mikono au sanitize.
Osha safi we.
Umati wa watu. Tusikaribiane. Tembea peke yako. Tusisalimiane kwa mikono
wala kugusana.
Kaa nyumbani. Tulia kwako. Epuka korona. Korona ni hatari. Ugonjwa wa korona tumalize kwetu Kenya. Osha mikono au sanitize
kila wakati.
Epuka umati wa watu. Tusikaribiane. Tembea peke yako. Tusisalimiane kwa mikono. Salamu za mbali. Kaa nyumbani. Tulia nyumbani. Epuka korona. Korona ni hatari. Ugonjwa wa korona tumalize kwetu Kenya. Ukiwa na dalili za korona usisambaze, jiweke karantini, piga simu utasaidika. Wakenya ni wajibu wetu sote kuzuia ugonjwa wa korona usisambae, na tuombe Mungu atusaidie. Tuombe Mungu atusaidie. Tuombe Mungu atusaidie. Tuombe Mungu atusaidie. Osha mikono. Osha mikono. Au sanitize. Usibahatishe. Umati wa watu. Tusikaribiane. Tembea peke yako. Tusisalimiane kwa mikono. Salamu za mbali. Kaa nyumbani. Tulia kwako wewe. Epuka korona. Epuka korona. Ugonjwa wa korona tumalize kwetu Kenya.
Asanteni sana. Tuna historia nzuri kama taifa. Tuna baadhi ya nyimbo zilizoimbwa hapo zamani hata kabla ya wengine wetu hawajazaliwa. Na nyimbo hizo zinatukumbusha uzalendo wetu na zilinakiliwa kitambo. Na hivyo basi ningependa tusafiri pamoja ili tuweze kupata historia hii kupitia kwa muziki ifuatayo.
Sikia maana ya madaraka wa Kenya. Sikia maana ya madaraka wa Kenya. Wa Kenya tulipojitawala wenyewe na kushika hatamu za serikali yetu. Sikia maana ya madaraka wa Kenya. Sikia maana ya madaraka wa Kenya. Wa Kenya tulipojitawala wenyewe na kushika hatamu za serikali yetu. Madaraka bora ni kudumisha amani. Madaraka bora ni kudumisha amani. Kulinda heshima ya taifa letu. Viongozi tawaomba mshirikiane. Viongozi tawaomba mshirikiane. Kulijenga taifa litendalo kazi ili kuinua maisha ya watu wetu. Viongozi tawaomba mshirikiane. Viongozi tawaomba mshirikiane. Kulijenga taifa litendalo kazi ili kuinua maisha ya watu wetu.
Bendera ya mkoloni ilipoteremshwa,
hiyo ndiyo maana ya madaraka wa Kenya.
Wakenya wenyewe tukachukua utawala.
Hiyo ndiyo maana ya madaraka wa Kenya.
Kujitoa mwenyewe sababu ya nchi yako.
Hiyo ndiyo maana ya madaraka wa Kenya.
Ukipenda Kenya we basi tenda haki.
Hiyo ndiyo maana ya madaraka wa Kenya.
Ukipenda Kenya we weka Kenya mbele.
Hiyo ndiyo maana ya madaraka wa Kenya.
Kenya tuheshimiane wenyewe kwa wenyewe.
Hiyo ndiyo maana ya madaraka wa Kenya.
Kufanya kazi kwa bidii rais kasema.
Hiyo ndiyo maana ya madaraka wa Kenya.
This is NTV.
Change your baby's diaper often and as soon as possible after bowel movements. Gently clean the area with mild soap and water or baby wipes. Have a clean diaper. Use diaper ointment to prevent diaper burn, diaper wipes or a container of warm water and a clean washcloth or cotton balls.
Kiss Kids diapers. Kiss Kids. No rashes. Kiss Kids. No rashes. Bye-bye rashes. Buy diapers. Choose Kiss Kids.
This is NTV.
Unafahamu kwamba Kenya ilishiriki kwa mara ya kwanza kwenye mashindano ya Olimpiki mnamo mwaka 1956? Naftali Temu alishinda medali ya dhahabu ya kwanza ya mbio za mita 10,000 za michezo ya Olimpiki mnamo mwaka 1968 katika mji wa Mexico. Kufikia sasa Kenya imeshindia jumla ya medali 103 katika michezo ya Olimpiki. Natumai sote tunafahamu kwamba michezo ya Olimpiki ingefanyika mwaka huu isingelikuwa ni virusi hatari vya corona ambavyo havitatizi taifa letu la Kenya tu, bali mataifa yote kote ulimwenguni. Hata hivyo, taifa letu la Kenya liliweza kujiandikisha katika historia ya michezo hiyo mwaka 1956. Na tangu enzi hiyo itakumbukwa kwamba Kenya imekuwa ikipatia mataifa mengine wakati mgumu kutokana na kutenda kwao bora hasa katika michezo ya riadha.
Naam, taifa letu la Kenya ni taifa ambalo lina jina nzuri, jina tajika. Wakenya ni watu ambao wana jina nzuri, jina tajika, na ulimwengu mzima tumewekwa kwenye ramani. Siku ya leo tuna historia kama taifa. Na ndiposa katika wimbo ufuatao tunapata taswira ya jinsi mambo yalivyo. Wimbo wa kwanza ambao ziliimbwa na wasanii mkusanyiko wao, wimbo wa kwanza Kenya ulioimbwa na wana Ruiru Central Kids, na wimbo wa pili wimbo uliotungwa naye Roger Whittaker, lakini kwa leo Tutachezewa nao Moipei Quartet, wimbo My Land is Kenya. Ukipenda Kenya nchi yangu. Karibu.
You only got one life to live, no matter who you are. You can go the whole world over, every city has its dawn. But everybody living has one place where he was born. And mine is Kenya, so warm and wild and free. You will always stay with me here in my heart. My land is Kenya, right from the highlands to the sea. You will always stay with me here in my heart. Here in my heart. You only got one childhood and the memories that spring when you see your house, the tree you climbed, and all those precious things. The faces of the friends I have, the images that formed. When I close my eyes in the land I love, the land where I was born. My land is Kenya, so warm and wild and free. You will always stay with me here in my heart. My land
Nikufahamishe kuwa Kenya ni makazi ya mojawapo ya maajabu 7 ya dunia. Kuhama kwa kongoni, yani the wild beast migration. Wanaotoka Tanzania wakiingia mbuga ya taifa ya Masai Mara. Hiki ni kigezo muhimu cha kuvutia na kukuza utalii humu nchini.
Shukurani kwa Mwenyezi Mungu, Kenya ni nchi yenye baraka. Pongezi kwa mashujaa kwa ujasiri, uhuru walinyakua.
Kwa mateso na vilio walipambana, hivi leo twasherehekea. Amani, upendo, umoja, wajibu wetu kulinda.
Sisi watu lugha moja, Kenya. Sisi ni kitu moja, Kenya. Daima sisi wa Kenya.
Tujivunie tamaduni zetu, tembea jione urembo wetu. Umoja wetu ni ishara kwamba Kenya ni kipenzi chetu.
Wakenya tu wenye bidii, tuungane mikono kazini. Amani, upendo, umoja, wajibu wetu kulinda. Sisi watu damu moja, Kenya. Sisi watu lugha moja, Kenya. Sisi ni kitu moja, Kenya. Daima sisi wa Kenya.
Mandhari ya kusisimua, elimu kuboreshwa, toka pwani hadi bara, maendeleo twayaona.
Biashara kuinuka, uchumi pia umeimarika. Kenya kipenzi chetu, jukumu letu kulinda. Sisi watu damu moja, Kenya. Sisi watu lugha moja, Kenya. Sisi ni kitu moja, Kenya. Daima sisi wa Kenya.
Haki ndiyo ngao, usawa na uwiano. Haki ndiyo ngao, usawa na uwiano. Mambo ya mduara, mtindo wa Kenya, sikia utamu wa Kenya.
Welcome to 254. Karibu Kenya marafiki. If you're ready, see we can go. For a tour to all our cities. Tupande kaskazini, tuko juu. You are right on the magharibi. Kisha pega tuko mashariki. Chini kwa chini hadi kusini tuko on.
Karibu nyumbani kwangu, cheza kitabasamu, sote tuburudike, chakula kitamu tamu, pamoja tusherehekee, pamoja tusherehekee. Karibu nyumbani kwangu, cheza kitabasamu, sote tuburudike.
Kumbuka Kimani Ng'ang'a Maruge anashikilia rekodi ya dunia ya Guinness World Record kwa kuwa mwanafunzi mkongwe zaidi kuanza masomo ya msingi. Maruge alijiunga na shule ya msingi mnamo mwaka 2004 akiwa na miaka 84 kufuatia kuanzishwa kwa mpango wa elimu ya msingi bila malipo mnamo mwaka 2003. Ujasiri wake ulipelekea kutayarishwa kwa filamu inayofahamika kama The First Grader. Kabla ya kuelekea Ikulu, tumewaandalia safari ya hatua ambayo taifa letu limepiga tangu tuanze kujitawala. Hii ni safari inayotukumbusha umoja wetu, matumaini na ujasiri wa kusonga mbele pamoja kama taifa. Karibu kwenye makala.
Kenya, Kenya, nchi yetu. Tushikane mikono kwa mwito mmoja, fanye sote bidii kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kenya, nchi yetu. Kenya, twende mbele pamoja.
At the Uhuru Stadium, the Articles of Independence were handed by the Duke to the country's Prime Minister.
Tunaadhimisha leo mwaka wa 57 tangu waanzilishi wa taifa letu wapate haki ya kujitawala, sio kama kiambatisho cha wakoloni, lakini kama nchi iliyo tofauti na ya kipekee. Kabla ya kujiondoa kutoka kwa minyororo ya wakoloni na kuunda serikali, tulikuwa na hamu jinsi tutakavyoendesha taifa letu. Huu ulikuwa ushindi muhimu uliopatikana baada ya babu zetu kumwaga damu na kutokwa machozi.
What we have been struggling for is to redeem our country from the yoke of colonialism and imperialism.
Licha ya kusherehekea hafla hii muhimu katika historia ya nchi, siku kuu ya Madaraka pia ni wakati mwafaka wa kutafakari tulikotoka. Huu ni wakati wa kukumbuka ndoto na majonzi walizokuwa nazo waanzilishi wa taifa hili letu. Aidha, ni nafasi murwa ya kutathmini tulioyafikia kwa pamoja kama raia wa nchi hii, na sio tu kwa ajili ya kujipatia sifa, ila kama kukumbusho dhabiti wa malengo yetu na majukumu ya kuiboresha nchi ya Kenya.
Tuna jukumu kujenga Kenya nchi yetu.
Baada ya Kenya kujinyakulia uhuru, changamoto kubwa ilikuwa kujenga nchi iliyounganika kutokana na makabila mbalimbali yaliyoko nchini, watu wa rangi tofauti na majimbo ambayo yamejumuisha taifa huru la Kenya.
If I have done mistake to you, it's for you to forgive me. If you have done to me, I say it's for me to forgive you. Kenyatta has no intention whatsoever to look backward.
Wakati nchi hii ilikuwa changa, taifa lilirithi uchumi wa ukoloni uliokuwa ukikidhia mahitaji yao ya pekee yalioonekana kuwa kama ya nchi ambayo haijastawi. Aidha, ulikuwa wa kunufaisha nchi za kigeni mbali na kutegemea viwanda vichache. Hii ilimaanisha Kenya ilitarajiwa kujibidisha zaidi ili kuimarisha miundombinu iliyokuwepo kama vile mawasiliano, vituo vya kutoa huduma za afya, usambazaji wa nishati, taasisi za elimu na za kifedha. Kwenye hotuba yake ya kwanza, muasisi wa taifa hili Mzee Jomo Kenyatta aliahidi kuwa serikali itahakikisha imekabiliana na changamoto 3 kuu zilizokuwa zinakumba nchi hii, ambazo ni umaskini, kutojua kusoma na kuandika na maradhi. Ili kuwafikia lengo hilo, serikali ya Mzee Jomo Kenyatta ilianzisha mwongozo wa sera ya serikali nambari 10 mnamo mwaka 1965, ambao ulikuwa nguzo muhimu kwa taifa katika kufanya maendeleo ya kustahimilika. Mpango huo ulikuwa msingi muhimu wa utawala wa miaka 15 ya Mzee Kenyatta, kwani uliwezesha uongozi wake kutekeleza azma iliyokuwemo kwenye sera hiyo. Mengi yaliafikiwa katika enzi hiyo ambayo inatazamiwa kama ya ufanisi. Lakini hata hivyo, Kenya ilisalia na kibarua kigumu cha kujistawisha ndipo iweze kuhakikisha malengo yake yametimizwa. Katika elimu, usajili wa wanafunzi katika shule za msingi uliongezeka na kutanua masomo ya shule za upili.
This year, about 20 government-aided schools will be equipped with an additional class. Development processes will be expanded further by trebling the number of village polytechnics, which will provide domestic science training for our young girls.
Wengi walipokea huduma za afya na kiwango cha miaka ambacho mtu huishi kiliongezeka. Pato jumla la kitaifa likaimarika, huku pia ukuaji wa kiteknolojia ukishuhudiwa. Kiuchumi, mengi yalitimizwa kutokana na maendeleo yaliyokuwepo. Kuambatana na sera za kimaendeleo ya kijamii zilizokuwa zimewekwa na Mzee Kenyatta, Rais Moi alitilia maanani mabadiliko katika mfumo wa elimu kama lengo kuu la uongozi wake wakati aliposhika hatamu za uongozi mnamo mwaka 1978.
Naapa kwamba nitakuwa mwaminifu kwa Jamhuri ya Kenya.
Alipokuwa akiongoza sherehe za kufuzu mahafala mnamo mwezi Novemba mwaka huo wa 1978 katika chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, ambacho ndicho kilikuwa chuo kikuu cha pekee cha umma, Rais Moi aliweka wazi ruwaza yake ya kustawisha elimu ya vyuo vikuu. Kwa kipindi kifupi tu, vyuo vikuu vya Moi, Kenyatta, Egerton, kile cha kilimo na teknolojia cha Jomo Kenyatta na Maseno vilifunguliwa ili kutoa fursa mpya kwa wale waliokuwa wamekosa nafasi ya kupata elimu ya juu. Kadhalika, mfumo wa elimu ulibadilishwa kutoka ule wa miaka 7-4-2-3 hadi miaka 8-4-4, na hivyo kuongeza miaka ya kuhudhuria shule ya msingi kutoka 7 hadi 8 na kupunguza miaka 2 ya masomo ya kiwango cha juu cha shule ya upili, hivyo basi kuongeza idadi ya miaka katika kupokea masomo ya chuo kikuu kutoka miaka 3 hadi minne.
When I introduced 844, there was hue and cry here and there. Kijana akiingia katika university na ajui hata kutengeneza sanduku, ajui jina la spana, ajui jina la screw, saa ngapi atajifunza mambo ya juu ya university, hali ya kujua yale ya madogo. Nafasi yake itachukua kujifunza jina la square, juu ya saw, juu ya yote. Ndio utapata engineer nusu tu.
Rais Moi pia alisisitiza umuhimu wa kuhusisha jamii kwenye uhifadhi wa mazingira, na aliongoza harakati za ujenzi wa matuta ili kuzuia mmomonyoko wa udongo na kuhusika katika upanzi wa miti kwa kusudi la kuongeza kiwango cha misitu nchini. Ili kuendeleza michezo, serikali ilianzisha ujenzi wa uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo mnamo mwaka 1983 na ule wa michezo ya kimataifa wa Moi ulioko Kasarani mnamo mwaka 1987. Hatua hii iliipa Kenya fursa ya kipekee ya kuwa mwandalizi wa mashindano ya 4 ya michezo barani Afrika mnamo mwaka 1987.
Tusipojenga Kenya kuna mwingine, ni sisi wenyewe.
Kwenye hotuba yake ya kwanza aliposhika hatamu, Rais Kibaki alitilia maanani mabadiliko ya katiba, kutoa nafasi zaidi za ajira, utoaji wa huduma za kimsingi na nafuu za afya, upanuzi wa barabara na miradi mingine miundo msingi.
Seal has been affixed and it is presented to His Excellency the President, who will now wave it to all of us as the fanfare is being played.
Kuidhinishwa kwa katiba mnamo Agosti 27 mwaka 2010 kulileta msururu wa mabadiliko kadhaa ambayo yaliwezesha kuundwa kwa tume huru mbalimbali, ikiwemo mahakama, tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka, mamlaka ya ubadilishaji nyadhifa, huduma ya kitaifa ya polisi na tume ya kitaifa ya ardhi. Mnamo mwaka 2007, mpango maalum wa kiuchumi kuhusu ruwaza ya mwaka 2030 hapa nchini, Kenya Vision 2030, ulizinduliwa ili kuiwezesha Kenya kustawi kiviwanda na kuwa nchi iliyo na uchumi wa kadri unaoweza kuwapa raia wake maisha mazuri ifikapo mwaka 2030. Wakati huo huo, Kenya iliweka msingi thabiti wa kukuza uchumi kwa kuipatia nafasi ya kwanza miradi muhimu ya maendeleo na kufufua viwanda vilivyokuwa vimesambaratika. Miundombinu kadhaa ilikamilishwa huku mengine ikiendelezwa na kuanza kutekelezwa. Serikali iliandaa ujenzi wa barabara ikiwemo barabara kuu, yani Thika Super Highway.
Government is upgrading Nairobi Thika Road at a total cost of about 28 billion shillings.
Kuhusu uchukuzi wa ndege, Kenya iliendelea kupiga hatua huku Rais Kibaki akifungua uwanja wa kimataifa wa ndege wa Kisumu.
Shajenga na kufungua airport kubwa sana hapa na iko tayari, lakini lazima ibebe mizigo na bidhaa ambazo zitatupatia faida.
na mnamo mwaka 2013
amekuwa amiri jeshi mkuu wa majeshi yote ya ulinzi ya Kenya.
Rais Kibaki alikabidhi usukani kwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta.
Shangwe na nderemo!
Akiwa amechaguliwa chini ya mfumo wa katiba mpya, Rais Kenyatta aliongoza uzinduzi wa ugatuzi na kuhakikisha unatekelezwa. Katika utawala wake, Kenya imeshuhudia ukuaji wa sekta mbalimbali za kiuchumi. Rais ameendeleza ujenzi wa miradi ya miundo msingi kwa dhati iliyoanzilishwa na watangulizi wake, huku akianzisha mingine mipya.
Kuna wakati hii barabara ilikuwa mbaya, hata wale wanapita hii barabara wanatoroka. Sasa tunapata biashara mingi, biashara yetu yangu mimi binafsi imekuwa sawa kabisa.
Mpango wake makini wa maendeleo unatambuliwa kutokana na ujenzi wa miundombinu na ukuaji wa kiuchumi wa taifa hili. Serikali ya Rais Kenyatta imewekeza kikamilifu kwenye sekta ya nishati, ikikumbukwa kwamba uchumi unachochewa na biashara ndogo na za kadri, upatikanaji wa umeme na wa bei nafuu, na hii ni muhimu katika uendelezaji wa biashara. Mradi wa usambazaji umeme kwenye kaunti zote 47 umeinua kwa kiwango kikubwa maisha ya wananchi wengi ambao wameweza kupokea umeme na harakati za stima, biashara, barabara, shule, masoko na maeneo ya watu kujumuikia.
Usalama iko mzuri kwa sababu kulikuwa na giza kwanza pale roundabout, walikuwa wanashika watu wakiwanyonga. But tulikuwa na shukuru kwa hizi lights kwa sababu zimeturahisishia kazi. Hata sasa hizi unaweza funga light kwa sababu una hofu.
Serikali pia inatilia maanani uwekezaji katika nishati inayoweza kuzalishwa, tena ikiwemo nishati mvuke, jua na upepo. Reli ya kisasa inayofahamika kama SGR imepiga jeki uwezo wa nchi hii kusafirisha mizigo kutoka bandarini hadi sehemu nyingine za nchi.
Love pictures coming there from State House. The ceremony is still ongoing. Earlier, you were watching, of course, the celebrations from State House, and right now we can see the military parading right now. Anytime from now, also President Uhuru Kenyatta will be, of course, on the ground to try. Just listen in.
Na wakati wake hivi sasa parade RSM, na kabla ya hapo anaipa heshima bendera iliyo fahari ya jeshi letu la angani. Wakuu wa vikundi mbalimbali wanaweza kujiongea mbele ili kuweza kuwa tayari kujiunga na gwaride rasmi.
Nataka
Baada ya parade adjutant kuhakikisha kwamba gwaride liko sawa, ni zamu ya mkuu wa gwaride hili kuweza kukabidhiwa usukani kutoka kwa parade adjutant. Baada ya kumkabidhi wadhifa mkuu wa gwaride hili, anatoka kwa mwendo wa kasi na kwa muda mchache kabisa ili kujiunga na wakuu wa vikundi, na wote kwa pamoja hatimaye waweze kujiunga na gwaride rasmi. Hivi sasa wakuu wa vikundi pamoja na parade adjutant wanajiunga na gwaride rasmi. Nao pia vile vile wanaweza kuwekwa sawa na parade adjutant. Na mkabidhi mwenzangu Bwana June Ogola.
Asante sana mtangazaji mwenzangu. Hivi sasa wananchi wote watukufu wa Kenya, Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya alianzisha ratiba ya kazi mtaani ili kuwezesha vijana wetu kujikimu kimaisha. Kwa mengi ninawaomba sote tuelekeze macho yetu kwa runinga zetu kwa makala yafuatayo.
Niko na watoto, nilikuwa sina chakula ya kuwapea, lakini vile tuliingia hapa nikapata mshahara, nikanunua chakula. Nilikuwa nimefungiwa nyumba miezi 2, nimeweza kulipa, nimeweza kujiendeleza kimaisha na hii pesa.
Maboi wengi na mayouth huko mtaa tulikuwa tunafikiria maneno ya kuibiana, kuumizana. No, lakini sasa tumepewa hiyo opportunity na niwera, kila mtu anajitolea na tunashukuru sana kwa kutufikiria. Tunasema ni asante kwa hii mradi na tunaomba tu Mungu awabariki na iendelee tu hivyo hivyo.
Hii mradi wa vijana unatusaidia sana kwa sababu tulikuwa tunasumbuliwa na hawa matumbiri, alafu na watu hawa maunga walikuwa wanajipita hapo kwa msitu wanatuibia kukuseti. Lakini kwa saa hii waoni mahali kwa kukaa kwa sababu tumeviekwa kuna kwa kusuri.
Mradi wenye kazi nyingi uliopewa jina Kazi Mtaani umetoa nafasi za kazi mara moja kwa vijana zaidi ya 26,000 kote nchini Kenya. Mradi huu wa Kazi Mtaani uliotangazwa na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta umekuwa na mambo mawili makuu: kutoa nafuu kwa jamii kupitia nafasi za kazi na kufanikisha shughuli za usafi kusaidia kukabiliana na janga la COVID-19 katika mitaa 27 ya mabanda.
Mambo mazuri kwa furahi, mtaa msafi. Tunaona wenyewe watoto wetu wazuri wakitufagilia vizuri. Alhamdulillah tunashukuru.
Kwa hivyo pia mmefurahia vile wameleta hifadhi. Sana.
Sana. Wafurahi.
The main aim of this project is to ensure that we maintain hygiene standards in the informal settlements of Nairobi. In this first phase of the program, we are doing bush clearing along the roads. Secondly, we are doing drainage and clogging. We are also using the youth in fumigation. and we are also doing garbage collection.
Mradi huu wa kitaifa wa usafi umetoa huduma na mazingira yaliyoboreshwa kupitia miradi ya kazi kwa kushirikisha umma katika kaunti 8: Nairobi, Mombasa, Kiambu, Kisumu, Nakuru, Kilifi, Mandera na Kwale.
Working with county governments, we will look forward to finding ways to look for generating work for these groups, societies and circles that hopefully these young people will form.
Katika kaunti ya Nairobi pekee, vijana zaidi ya 10,000 kutoka mitaa ya mabanda ya Mathare, Kibera, Mukuru na Korogocho waliotegemea vibarua vya kila siku kujikimu kimaisha waliajiriwa kupitia mradi huu.
Hii project iko sawa because especially si single mother tulikuwa tunaenda kujiuza before bila job, but venye sasa imekaa tuko sawa kabisa, yani tunashukuru.
Kazi mtaani imenisaidia kama mimi nimepata kupata pesa ya kulipa nyumba, chakula na pesa ya matumizi. Na community imesaidia sana. Community ni safi, drainage zimeaniporokiwa. Hata wananchi wanafurahia huko nje.
Eneo la kaunti 3 za Mombasa, Kwale na Kilifi liliathiriwa sana na zuio la usafiri kuingia na kutoka maeneo hayo lililowekwa kuzuia kusambaa kwa virusi hivyo.
Tumeweza kuchukua watu na sana watu na pia vijana ambao wameathirika sana kutoka mambo wanafanya kazi kwa utalii ambao wameathirika, na hao wote wamechukuliwa vijana 750 kushiriki katika hii mradi kwa sababu unalenga kusaidia vijana hasa ambao katika sehemu ambazo ni informal settlements.
Tunashukuru sana kwanza rais kwa kutupatia sisi kazi hizi. Tunasafisha mitaa yetu wenyewe na mitaa imekuwa misafi na watu wanapendelea kazini, na tunatumaini tuletee kazi nzuri zaidi mbeleni.
Walionufaika wamekuwa wakilipwa shilingi 616 kwa siku na kupokea pesa zao angalau mara 2 kwa mwezi kupitia simu za mkononi.
Kazi yalifungwa, kwa watu wengi tukarudi nyumbani ikawa tuna ajira. Sasa hiyo ilikuwa inasababisha mambo mengi na uende kazi wa vitu vingi. Unajua kijana akiwa nyumbani na hana kazi, basi huenda akili yake kamtuma mambo mabaya.
Sasa utaota visa vya usalama zimezuka, na kwa hivyo vijana wanajihusisha na hizi kazi, na tumeweza kuona kazi mzuri. Ukienda katika hawa maeneo, ni maeneo ambayo ni masafi, na ni kwamba wale watu ambao ni wa chini wanapata pesa ya kujirisha na kulisha jamii zao.
Kaunti za Nakuru na Kisumu ambapo visa vya maambukizi ya virusi vya korona havikuwa vingi, athari kuu ilikuwa kupungua kwa biashara kutokana na amri ya kutotoka nje usiku iliyowekwa kitaifa.
Ni jambo mzuri kwa sababu unaona mitaro za mailo 6 zote zimeondolewa takataka. Mahali maji ilikuwa inapita inakuta kumekwama, wamezibua hizo mitaro. Kwangu hiyo jambo naona ni la maana sana.
In this first phase of the program, we have 2,300 youths who are going on with the program. Supervision is done by the Nyumba Kumi together with the NYS. The work is going on. It has had a positive impact. The youths have gotten their payment, and we hope that in phase 2, we can move on even to other activities.
Mradi huu wa kitaifa wa usafi unapanuliwa na kuajiri vijana zaidi ya 1,100 katika miradi mingi, kuongeza idadi ya watu wanaofanya kazi nchini na kuwa na manufaa endelevu kwa umma.
Under this program, as a government, we expect to spend a total of 10 billion Kenya shillings engaging our youth in restoring public hygiene standards, in urban civil works, and other public undertakings.
Let's ensure that the money is going to circulate in the local economy. That is the thinking of what Kazi Mtaani is all about. Leverage labor-intensive activities for public good and make sure that the money circulates in the local economy.
Hii kazi imetusaidia. Wengi wao tulikuwa tumesimamishwa mahali penye tulikuwa tunafanya kibarua, lakini venye ilikuja hii mradi umetusaidia sana. Tunashukuru sana serikali.
Through this program, we are going to vandalize the poverty brought by the coronavirus. We have decreased the rate of crime in that so many people are employed and now they cannot find the time for engaging into bad things.
We are going to up it now 10 times from 26,000 that we employed in the first phase, and we are going to more counties. Phase 2 ni vijana 1,200. We want to fix our roads. We want to fix our public utilities. We want to come up with like public toilets, whether it is in the informal settlements or in the urban areas.
Karibu Mheshimiwa Rais, karibu, karibu, utuongoze kwenye sherehe za mwaka huu za Madaraka. Tuzidi kusimama wima kwa wimbo wa taifa. Mkuu wa gwaride hili anakuja kumwomba kwa heshima ruhusa Mheshimiwa Rais aliyepia amiri jeshi mkuu wa majeshi yote ya ulinzi ya Kenya ruhusa ili aweze kulikagua gwaride hili. Kwa heshima mnaweza kuketi tafadhali. Bendera ya kikosi sharti kupewa heshima kama vile tunavyoshuhudia uwanjani. Your duties, amri kutoka kwa mkuu wa gwaride hili. Wanajeshi hawa wetu baada ya kuandaa gwaride la kihistoria, hivi sasa wanaondoka na kuendelea na majukumu yao mengine. kwa Mheshimiwa Rais, nampisha mwenzangu afisa mteule daraja la kwanza PM Mwangi atujuze ni yapi yanayojiri katika anga zetu.
Mheshimiwa Rais, wageni walioalikwa, mabibi na mabwana, inafuata sasa tamasha ya ndege zetu za majeshi ya ulinzi zikiwamo ndege za jeshi letu la wanahewa zikisindikishwa na ndege za kikosi chetu cha 50 cha jeshi letu la nchi kavu. Ndege hizi kwa leo tutapita tu taratibu kuonyesha nchi yetu imetulia kwa sababu ya janga hili la COVID-19. Bila shaka ndege hizi ni ndege aina ya Tucano, ndege ambazo hutumika katika jeshi letu la wanahewa kufunza marubani kiwango cha juu. Ndege hizi bila shaka huruka kwa umbali ama kwa kimo cha futi 34,000 na kuweza kukaa kule juu angani kwa masaa 3.5. Ni ndege za mafunzo ya hali ya juu kwa rubani yetu, kwa rubani wetu katika jeshi la wanahewa. Ndege za kivita, ndege aina F5 zikiwa katika downward formation. Ndege zetu ambazo zinatulinda vilivyo zinapita taratibu kabisa kuonyesha kwamba anga letu liko salama. Kikundi cha tatu na cha mwisho, Mheshimiwa Rais, ni kikundi cha ndege yetu, ndege aina ya MI helicopter, ndege kubwa ambayo hutumika kusafirisha wanajeshi wetu kutoka sehemu moja hadi sehemu nyingine, na inapeperusha bango leo, God bless Kenya, Mungu bariki nchi yetu tukufu ya Kenya. Bila shaka ikisindikishwa hapa na ndege zetu za kikosi cha 50 cha jeshi letu la nchi kavu, ndege aina ya MD Hughes 530. Mungu bariki nchi yetu ya Kenya. Tukiwashukuru Defense Sergeant Major, Army Sergeant Major, Navy Sergeant Major, Kenya Air Force Sergeant Major, BSM Moya Base, BSM Tongwe na hali kadhalika RSM kikosi cha 7 kwa kuweza kufanikisha gwaride hii. Na kule juu Major Dominic Natili na Major Chacha Nyatiko. Mawasiliano hapa Captain Agnes Kinwa na Captain Cosmas Damoi. Mimi ni Warrant of Someone Patrick Mwangi, nikwambia asanteni sana kwa kutusikiza.
Narudisha kwake mwenzangu Bwana Peter Wanjoi aendelee na ratiba kama vile ilivyoweza kupangwa.
Asanteni sana wenzangu, naomba tutulie kwa maombi. Tutaongozwa kwa maombi ya kimila na mzee Oruma Olengaru akiwa Ilbisil, County ya Kajiado.
Nai wasnai ara sayangayai nai ramayana namasho nai ramayana Kenya ramayana na serikali ya Kenya ramayana president Uhuru Kenyatta merego Kenyatta sotwa nai nje nai nje njishon nai ndamanyasi ya State House ndamanyaka tuntu ara sayangayai enobi renengiyo enobi renaho ara sayangayai aro mono enobi jana aldonyo enobi jana aldonyo kwa enobi jana aldonyo geri enobi jana aldonyo la melumpe ara sayangayai nanya aro mono andale borro no subugole kwari andale borro mele bo girgin andale borro na nganya kwa naibasha mere ndo ngayo sotwa ara saya aro mono ara sera ngayai asholing.
Asante sana mzee. Wa pili ni Sheikh Sukian Hassan ambaye ni naibu wa kadhi mkuu akiomba kutoka kanisa la Jamia Mosque ama msikiti wa Jamia Mosque hapa Nairobi.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
In the name of Allah, most gracious and most merciful. Praise be to Allah, the Lord of all creation. Guide us to the right path that will lead us to success in this world and in the hereafter. O Allah, as we celebrate the 57th Madaraka Day, the day when you graciously granted us freedom to govern ourselves. We thank you for this blessing of freedom and self-governance. We pray for our country and for our people. Grant us peace, love, unity, and prosperity. For Allah, grant our President, His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and our leaders good health, wisdom, strength, and right vision to deliver their task of leadership. O Allah, with your wisdom, you have sent down the coronavirus which is threatening the humanity mercilessly. It is killing without segregation. It has affected economy, education, and all sources of livelihood. It has locked down everything. It did not spare even place of worship. O Allah, we humble ourselves before your majesty in repentance and invoke thy mighty to lift and remove this virus. Have mercy on the soul of all those who have passed on. Grant quick recovery to all those who are sick. Save and protect us all, and bestow on us once again normalcy in life. Amen.
Atakayetufungia kipindi cha maombi ni Askofu Mkuu Jackson Ole Sapit wa kanisa la Kianglikana hapa nchini, akiwa kanisa la All Saints Cathedral hapa Nairobi.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for your manifold grace and mercies bestowed upon our land, that you have given us peace, health, and prosperity, witnessed in the last 57 years since we gained our independence. Gracious Father, we beseech you to deliver us from the infection and effects of COVID-19 global pandemic, which has threatened to reverse every gain we made as independent Kenya. In your power, heal the millions infected globally, comfort all families bereaved, including the many affected by the recent floods and landslides in our country. We pray for the President, all our leaders, and those in the frontline services and the emergency response teams, that you protect them and give them courage and wisdom in every decision they make. We pray for the crops and livestock in the farms, that we shall have a great harvest and the country becomes food secure. We pray for our uniformed forces as they secure our borders, maintain law and order within our country, that they too be protected and blessed by you. Grant us your peace, unite us with your love, forgive all our wrongdoings, and help us to forgive each other. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa Majeshi ya Ulinzi, Naibu wa Rais Mheshimiwa Daktari William Ruto, Spika wa Bunge la Kitaifa na Spika wa Bunge la Seneti, Jaji Mkuu na Rais wa Mahakama ya Juu, waheshimiwa mabalozi na maafisa wa kidiplomasia, wananchi wa Jamhuri tuipendayo popote tulipo, mabibi na mabwana. Ningependa kwa ruhusa yako Mheshimiwa Rais niweze kuwashukuru wenzangu Mike Getone, Sara Mauti, Trevor Obija na Ann Keguta waliotuletea matangazo hapo awali kwa lugha ya Kiswahili na lugha ya Kiingereza mtawalia. Mheshimiwa Rais, naomba kwa heshima kuu na unyenyekevu nikubalie nimwalike mwenyekiti wa baraza la magavana Mheshimiwa Wycliffe Oparanya aongee kwa kifupi. Gavana, karibu.
The President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the Deputy President, His Excellency William Ruto, wa Kenya wenzangu. First and foremost, we wish to thank His Excellency the President for inviting the Council of Governors today to celebrate the first virtual Madaraka Day celebration in the history of Kenya. We also take cognizance of this year's Madaraka Day theme, Mbele Pamoja, which indeed is appropriate theme in view of the prevailing situation in the country with regard to the COVID-19 pandemic and the fundamental changes it has brought in the country. The county governments wish to thank the President for the support we have received since the first report case of COVID-19 in the country. Your Excellency, county governments of Mombasa, Mandera, Kisumu, Kilifi, and Kwale and Kitui that were ravaged by the pandemic in the first weeks received a total of 2.3 billion shillings to boost their response measures that will help stem the spread of the virus. Additionally, through your directive, county governments were allocated 5 billion to support and complement their efforts in COVID-19 response. We wish to report today that the Council of Governors, in consultation with the CS Health and CS National Treasury, have requested the two ministries to fast-track the release of these funds to counties. And we are hopeful that counties will receive these funds before the end of this financial year. Your Excellency, allow us to report that county governments have invested extensively in implementing the health measures, including refocusing our resources to strengthen the health system to respond to COVID-19. All the county governments have reallocated a combined total of Kenya shillings 6.1 billion to the COVID-19 Emergency Fund in their various supplementary budgets. Furthermore, we have ensured that other healthcare services in all our facilities are not interrupted. And we have taken safeguards to protect other patients from being exposed to this virus in our health facilities. As we have weekly updated to the nation, all the 47 county governments are fully prepared to respond to the pandemic. Your Excellency, under your leadership and during this second term, devolution has grown in leaps and bounds. Kenyans have now understood and appreciated devolution as a system of governance that focuses on self-governance, inclusion, participation of the people in decision-making, social and economic empowerment, and public accountability. In your last Madaraka Day speech, you pledged to avail decent and health meals accessible and affordable to all Kenyans. We note tremendous improvement in food production, which has been achieved by enhanced access to quality farm input. Indeed, we echo your statements that no Kenyans will die of hunger, and county governments are working towards realizing this together with the Ministry of Agriculture. Your Excellency, a number of county governments suffered extensively from the effects of floods, landslide, and invasion of locusts. In the process, many Kenyans lost their lives, and this has also affected the general infrastructure in the counties. Both the national government and county governments partnered to provide emergency response to the victims. However, Most of the affected counties need support within the National Economic Stimulus Program to enable wananchi rebuild their lives and repair their affected infrastructure. Your Excellency, in preparation to respond to the post-COVID-19, county governments are reviewing their CIDPs and their annual development plans, re-engineering their 2020-2021 budgets to fit into the National Economic Stimulus Program, as outlined by you. As part of the global economy recovery, county governments are looking forward to the national policy guidelines to enable counties to access any international funding that may arise. Your Excellency, as counties, we fully support the Big Four agenda. We have finalized the preparation for the enrollment of the universal health coverage, signed the MOU on affordable housing, and further, we are committed to enhancing the Buy Kenya, Build Kenya initiative. We are happy that Kenyans can see that your administration is working closely with the 47 county governments to ensure successful implementation of devolution in the country. Today, Your Excellency, my message is simple. Let us continue strengthening the existing collaboration, cooperation, and dialogue so that we realize the dream for better Kenya for all. Asanteni sana. God bless Kenya. I now take this opportunity, Your Excellency, to invite the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, to make his speech.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Your Excellencies, representatives of High Commissioners and Ambassadors, fellow leaders, dear Kenyans, wherever you are watching this event from across our nation. Your Excellency, 57 years ago, Kenyans made sacrifices for us to have the most important thing in life, that is to make decisions for ourselves and to chart our destiny. We have had a journey of 57 years. And every generation and every government have had to grapple with tough decisions when faced with challenges as a nation. But in no generation and no government, Your Excellency, has experienced the kind of challenge the COVID-19 pandemic has caused to our country. Today, this celebration is unique. It's never happened like this. Today, Your Excellency, our schools are closed. Our places of worship are shut. Millions of Kenyans have had to leave work. Traders and business people have had their businesses affected. And our life as a nation and as a global community is upside down. to use the words of Mutai Kagwe, things are really abnormal. In fact, Your Excellency, while it was normal for somebody to cough, nowadays it is no longer normal. When somebody coughs, others step back and ask whether everything is okay. I remember the other day when I went back home, working from the office at the residence, and inadvertently I stretched my hand to my young daughter to greet her. She told me, there is the sanitizer. That is how abnormal things are today. But when you called the nation to action because of this pandemic, the response from the Kenyan people was unprecedented. Every Kenyan stepped forward. Millions of Kenyans are wearing masks. They are cleaning their hands regularly. They are avoiding unnecessary contact. And people are keeping social distance. In fact, when I saw you march here, I was wondering why the parade was different today. Only that I realized later that there was social distance. So we've really changed. But Your Excellency, your intervention, as you mobilized government to provide guidelines, every Kenyan across this nation is now part of the big army to try and deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. Your Excellency, as a people, we are confident that under your leadership, the Kenya government will take the necessary decisions. And I'm calling on leaders across the divide and Kenyans across the nation to work with you and government to make sure that we mitigate and minimize the effects of this pandemic as we work out the new normal, because it looks obvious that there will be a new normal. It's not if, I think it's an imperative. And if we can fashion that new normal, then we can move into the phase of ensuring that we deal now with the effects, how to open our schools, how to open our businesses, what kind of support we can give to our SMEs, and how we are going to open our places of worship. And Your Excellency, we are confident that under your leadership, we will have a new normal and Kenya will move into the future the way we have overcome our challenges in the past. Finally, Kenyans, Your Excellency, are praying. Kenyans are praying for you, Kenyans are praying for their government, and Kenyans are praying for our nation. Many spiritual leaders across this land are praying. In fact, the COVID-19 pandemic has made everybody realize our inadequacy and what God can do. Your Excellency, this is your day. The nation is waiting because we are in a very peculiar place. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my humble duty to ask His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, to make his remarks and lead the nation in this celebration. Your Excellency, sir.
Please be seated. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, William. Fellow leaders, members of the cabinet, service commanders, representatives of the diplomatic corps, and representatives of various organizations here present who are representing the millions of other Kenyans out there, and indeed to all my fellow Kenyans, allow me to take this opportunity to salute you all and to wish every single Kenyan a happy 57th Madaraka Day, a day our founding fathers achieved the right for Kenyans to self-govern. We commemorate this day with fond memories of the struggle for independence and the birth of the Kenyan nation, and with it, the birth of the Kenyan dream. We are further emboldened by the fact that united in struggle, we managed to defeat a giant nation. And this leads us all to believe that even as we fight the corona pandemic today, our victory over our colonizers should remind us that here too we shall be victorious. Although slowed down by the health crisis and the economic downturn caused by COVID-19, I am further comforted by the teachings of our founding fathers. They instructed us to be our very best at our darkest moment. They taught us not to question in the dark the dreams that we dreamt in the light. And indeed, when our dreams hit rock bottom, they taught us not to abandon them, but to reimagine them instead. They told us that rock bottom is actually a foundation that you can build on. This corona moment we are in, yes, indeed, a dark moment. But the founders of our nation required us to be at our very best at moments like this. And this demand is not a lofty ideal. They themselves practiced it as they fought to bring us self-rule. Fellow Kenyans, self-rule required dreaming heroically, embracing the unknown, and offering to die for an ideal. But this was not an easy feat, as thousands lost their lives at battle. The dream of Madaraka increasingly became nothing but a bridge too far. Yet in their darkest moments, our founding fathers did not abandon the course. Instead, they reimagined it, they regrouped, and they re-engaged differently. Many died before they breathed the air of freedom, but many more lived to witness the flowering of a new nation. This gave them hope that the Kenyan dream is actually within reach, and it was possible. Because of their faith and fortitude, they did fight the good fight, and they won. And out of this, they gifted us Kenya. On this Madaraka Day, we thank each and every one of them for this gift and for their teachings on how to remodel an idea in the face of enormous challenges and raging crisis. Today, therefore, and all future Madaraka days, I call upon all of us to ponder the state of the Kenyan dream. And in pondering it, we must remember that Kenya is still a work in progress. Similarly, as we reflect on the progress we have made, as we look inwards for self-introspection, we must not over-criticize ourselves. And I say so because in the subconscious mind, we become what we repeatedly do. If we repeatedly feed our national psyche with negative energy, we become an nation of angry and frustrated people. Yet dreams cannot flourish in a negative environment whose main currency is anger and animosity. Fellow Kenyans, this Madaraka Day, I want us all to reimagine Kenyan. More so because COVID-19 has forced us into a situation where we have to reset our national systems. But to reimagine our dream and nationhood, we must also reflect on our history, because history has laws that show us the future. We must begin by asking ourselves a number of questions. How was the Kenyan dream imagined in the very beginning? And how did we come to be? How did the original blueprint of Project Kenya look like? Let us make a historical inquiry in response to these questions. Fellow countrymen, 2 years after Madaraka Day, our founding fathers adopted sessional paper number 10 of 1965. It was entitled African Socialism and its application to planning in Kenya. This was the vision document for our young nation and was full of dreams for the future to come. It envisioned a Kenya with an Africanized economy, an economy largely locally owned, whose industries were producing for regional markets, and in which technology was the light and heat of commerce. A nation that drew from itself for itself. This dream was further articulated by Jaramogi Oginga Odinga in his book, Not Yet Uhuru, that was published in 1967. The central theme of this book was that independence was not complete until the economy was in the hands of Africans. Jaramogi envisioned a Kenya that was unapologetic about its Kenyanness, a Kenya that could stand on its own feet in a world unfriendly to the African people, and a Kenya that is capable of enterprise and development in fields beyond our shambas. Then there was Tom Joseph Mboya, one of the other founding fathers, who echoed the dream. In his book, Freedom and After, he reminds us that great things are made of a series of small things, and that the making of a nation is the work of many small events and transitions, many small failures and successes. But Tom Mboya's main reflections were on constitution making. Having been involved in the Lancaster constitution making process in the 1960s, Mboya cautioned the nation against constitutional rigidity. In particular, he argued that the Constitution cannot be useful to a country if it is an end in itself. A good Constitution must be responsive to the aspirations of a nation and be a means to a greater end. And if the political architecture provided by a constitution cannot support the growth and progress of a nation, that constitution becomes a cancer to the body politic. On his part, the founding father of the nation, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, imagined a free Kenya as far back as the 1930s, while at Manchester in the United Kingdom. His dream is painted in his books, Facing Mount Kenya, as published in 1938. And in this dream, he cautioned us that the seed of freedom will only take root if our mindset is focused on the right thing. In the business of building the nation, he warned that we must not focus on what has been done, for our focus should be on what remains to be done. And this is so because it is natural. Every time one target is attained, a new one becomes necessary and urgent. The right mindset is therefore a critical plank to making a dream come true. But Mzee Kenyatta made other assertions in his prison notes published in a book entitled Suffering Without Bitterness. Reflecting on his struggles while in prison, Mzee said that if hope will sustain you through fire, faith is greater because it enables you to leap over the fire. The act, therefore, of imagining and building a nation from the bottom up must therefore be an act of faith. And faith, according to him, is the act of letting God know your intentions, but taking charge of the methods necessary to achieve them. Fellow Kenyans, our founding fathers left us with deep teachings and convictions, and now we must summon the teachings as we reimagine our nation today. We have achieved the dreams of the founding fathers as captured in sessional paper number 10 of 1965 and revived in sessional paper number 1 of 1986. Further, I believe we have made admirable progress in the implementation of our own Vision 2030 as my administration implements the Big Four agenda. But truth be told, that this vision comes to an end in 9 years. So the urgency for a new vision, a new dream, is therefore real. Like Kenya in its 50s, the Holy Bible required nations to hit the reset button every 50 years. On the 50th year, we are told, all debts were forgiven, slaves were set free, and all land was left unattended. This action brought renewal to the soul of the nation, healing to the land, and a fresh vision to its people, and they called it the Year of Jubilee. But for us, fellow Kenyans, to craft this new dream and to prepare for the next great leap forward, we need to finish what our founding fathers had started. And this is what we set out to do in our quest to uproot the remnants of ignorance, poverty, and disease in our midst. This inspired my administration's transformative agenda for the nation, the Big Four. And allow me just to give you only 3 examples of unfinished business started by our founding fathers and which we today are endeavoring to complete. The first one is infrastructure, the backbone and the enabler of any economy. And by this I mean roads, rails, ports, and so on. At independence, we had only 1,800 kilometers of tarmac road. This is what our colonizers had built in 78 years of their occupation between 1885 and 1963. This means that all their endeavors for 78 years, they only managed to tarmac a total of 23 kilometers a year. After independence, our founding fathers built an extra 11,200 kilometers of tarmac roads
over a period of 50 years. This was about 10 times what the colonizer had done. But with better technology, planning, and efficiencies, my administration has built 1,000 kilometers of tarmac road every year. That is 44 times more than what the colonial administration built, and more than 4 times what the first 3 administrations built collectively per year. While we take pride in this achievement, I am cognizant of the fact that this could not have been done without the support of you, all my fellow Kenyans, and still recognize that there are more roads to be built. Regarding ports, our founding fathers saw them as gateways to regional and international markets. Apart from the Port of Lamu, which we have added to our number of ports and which will change regional trade dynamics, we have also re-envisioned the port of Kisumu. This port was built by the colonizers, but collapsed at some point. We have since, working together with local leaders, revived it for strategic purposes. Lake Victoria serves both the northern and southern corridors. And with this port, Kenya can serve the region from Mwanza to Bukoba in Tanzania, to Jinja and Entebbe in Uganda, to Muhoma Bay in Rwanda at affordable costs and decent timing. Beyond serving the region, the port is poised to also promote the shipbuilding and repair industry in Kenya. It will also catalyze the development of other small ports. And what I'm proud of most is that we did this revival with dead capital. And in this I mean, we redeveloped this port using local expertise and material. Turning to railways now. This is where my biggest critiques reside, but that is okay, for they are not alone. They are in fellowship with the colonizers who called our railway the Lunatic Express. But those who called it the railway to nowhere did not realize at that time that they were describing this great city of Nairobi. Nairobi indeed at the time was nowhere when the railway was being constructed. In fact, it was nothing but a swamp. And that is why Sir Charles Eliot, the man who supervised the building of the railway, observed, "It is not uncommon for a country to create a railway, but it is indeed uncommon for a railway to create a country," end of quote. Nairobi, and indeed most of our country, were created by the railway. And that is why, apart from the SGR, I am also reviving the defunct Nairobi-Nyanyuki railway line that traverses 6 counties. We are also in the process of rehabilitation of the Naivasha to Malaba meter gauge line, which is also about to commence. This rehabilitation of these central railway lines is part of a bigger development strategy to link the hinterlands, not only of Kenya, but of our region, with Lamu Port, our port in Mombasa. And that is why the Southern Sudan-Ethiopia transport corridor continues to remain important. I believe that when this happens, then Kenyans can expect new markets to emerge along these railway lines and new cities to blossom in response. The second example of unfinished business from our founding fathers regards the dignity of our people. The freedom struggle was about liberating Kenyans from the poverty of dignity, amongst other freedoms. 3, to fight what the founding fathers called ignorance, my administration has carried out extensive reforms in the education sector to make it more competency-based and to allow our children to be better prepared for future jobs. We have secured the place of pride in the continent as the home to the highest transition from primary to secondary education on the African continent. Additionally, the technical and vocational training is taking root as we seek to reposition our human resource for the ever-evolving world economy. But the human side of these reforms has also focused on electrification. We have connected 99% of all our schools to electricity. And as we did this, we also realized that a substantial part of learning happens at home, even in better days. That is why we were motivated to do our last mile program, connecting homes to power. For the record, it is indeed worth noting, fellow Kenyans, that after 78 years of colonial rule and 50 years of independent administration, only a total of 4.5 million households in Kenya were connected to electricity. But from 2013, and in only 7 years, we have connected close to 3.5 million households, bringing the number of households connected to electricity close to 8 million. This means that we have done 15 times more than the previous administrations to connect our people to electricity. We take pride in this, not because we are better, but because we have to finish the business of our founding fathers in order to envision a new dream. And we take cognizance that we too shall not finish, but we shall also leave a foundation for future leaders to continue. If electricity and education reforms are supported to fight ignorance, our efforts to fighting disease are in the universal healthcare program. Our healthcare reforms are far beyond what our forefathers expected. We have not only dispatched sophisticated machinery to hospitals across the country's counties in order to localize treatment, and indeed, working together with county governments across the country, we have sought to improve our health facilities. But we have also made this treatment much more affordable through NHIF, and with upcoming reforms, we expect this to expand even more. We have done this because poor health has a way of indignifying people. But with treatment close by and costs reduced, a patient does not have to sell their property in search of good health. If this was the dream of our founding fathers, then it is our obligation to achieve it. The coronavirus pandemic has highlighted the urgency on this endeavor. And once again, I wish to give my thanks and indeed praise to our county governments with whom we have worked hand in hand in this endeavor. My third example is about land. A critical motivation for waging the war of liberation against the colonial rule was land. Regaining our land from the colonial masters and laying a personal claim to it was a motivation for the struggle. And that is why the title deed became a sacred emblem to many Kenyans. It is a token earned from a struggle of sorts. After 50 years of independence, 6 million title deeds were issued by 2013, when I assumed the presidency of our nation. This was a motif of our faith in the struggle. In the 7 years of my administration, we have managed to add a further 4.5 million title deeds that have been issued under my administration. And this was done to keep the promise of our founding fathers alive. These are among many other programs and projects aimed at realizing the dream of our forefathers. Fellow Kenyans, as I have already mentioned, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta taught us that we must not focus on what has been done. Our focus should be on what remains to be done. But in giving you the 3 examples of my achievements, I was not telling you what we have done. I was telling you why we did it. We did it in order to finish the business of our founding fathers, so that we can indeed reimagine the Kenyan dream. I now want to shift to 2 things that I believe remain to be done in order to reimagine our new Kenya. The first thing goes back to T.J. Mboya and the thoughts he expounds on in his book Freedom and After, and his collection of speeches that were published under the title The Challenge of Nationhood. 50 years ago, Mboya warned Kenyans against constitutional rigidity. As I have already mentioned, he told us that a constitution is not an end in itself. It is a means to a greater end. It is a living document. And if certain elements of the Constitution outlive their historical purposes, they become a cancer. They must be removed, or they will infect the good elements of the mother law. And that is why, fellow Kenyans, we removed Section 2A that had been added to the Independence Constitution in the early 1980s. We removed this section in 1991 in order to create a multi-party system. Why? Because this Section 2A had outlived its historical purposes, and it was morphing into a political cancer. Then after the 2008 violence, we embedded the National Accord and Reconciliation Act into our Constitution to expand the executive arm of government. This happened out of historical necessity. And then again in 2010, we formulated and adopted a new constitutional order, altogether replacing the Independence Constitution. Indeed, today, I am truly thankful to the Almighty God for having been given the mandate by the people of Kenya to not only lead its implementation, but also to serve as the first president under this new constitution. 10 years later, I am already discerning a constitutional moment. And I want to be clear, not a moment to replace the 2010 Constitution, but one to improve on it. A moment that will right what we didn't get correct in 2010. But fundamentally, the constitutional moment that I discern is one that will bring an end to the senseless cycles of violence that we have experienced in every election cycle since 1992. And one that will deepen our democratic credentials as a country and lead to a much more inclusive society, which I do believe was the intention of the framers of the 2010 Constitution. Fellow Kenyans, we cannot reimagine our nationhood also without changing our political architecture. But we cannot change this architecture without re-engineering our Constitution. If we have done great things in the area of brick and mortar, the greater things that remain to be done have to do with our governance system, and we must not be afraid of changing the system if it does not serve our present and future purposes. The second thing that remains to be done is the transformation of our civic culture. Culture is at the core of reimagining a national dream. And when the drafters of Chapter 6 of our Constitution put pen to paper, what they wanted was to bring this culture to order. But it is difficult to police a political culture. More so, if the culture is like one that was described by Canon Donaldson of Westminster Abbey. Canon Donaldson, on March 20th, 1925, spoke of a culture that thrives in politics without principle, wealth without work, pleasure without conscience, knowledge without morality, science without humanity, and worship without sacrifice. And part of this sermon speaks to our reality today as Kenyans. If we are to push the reset button and reimagine our dreams as a nation, we must transform our civic culture to one that is based and biased towards duty, hard work, and integrity. Fellow countrymen, we need political leaders totally committed to promoting not themselves, but what will transform lives of our people in line with what our founding fathers yearned for. Indeed, as Martin Luther King Jr. said, and I quote, "We need political leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice. Not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity." End of quote. Finally, fellow Kenyans, I want to address in brief our national response to the coronavirus pandemic, because I will be addressing you again on this issue in a few days to come. As a caring, responsive government, and to cushion all Kenyan households against the economic shocks triggered by the coronavirus disease, we continue to progressively roll out targeted measures to sustain livelihoods. We have reduced taxes to enhance affordability of all products by reducing VAT from 16% to 14%, and increase the earnings and purchase power of all employees by reducing pay as you earn. But we have also incentivized business to retain staff and operations by reducing corporation tax. Last Saturday, I also announced an 8-point economic stimulus program that will see additionally us sending a further Kenya shillings 53.7 billion to Kenyan households. Indeed, I have noted with concern the fact that our hospitality sector, that has been greatly hit as a result of the lockdowns, we have many of our workers now who are seemingly being laid off as a result of there being no business in all our tourism or hospitality facilities. And in order to cushion these workers and to work in line with this sector, my administration will focus on an intervention by offering an initial 2 billion shillings from the Exchequer to support hotels and all related establishments and to ensure that they are able to maintain their staff complement. And our cabinet subcommittee will be meeting to engage with stakeholders to develop the protocols for this. Fellow Kenyans, we need not be persuaded as a people why we must do everything in our power to conquer this invisible disease, this invisible enemy. But to do so and regain the ground we have lost, we need to come together as a nation. Each of us is called to become a shujaa against this disease. The containment measures and protocols issued by the government, while absolutely necessary, we also recognize have constrained our freedoms and indeed, as the Deputy President has just said, changed our way of life completely. I appreciate the anxiety that is weighing heavily on the minds of parents and children, particularly those preparing for the national exams. And I share the heavy hearts of all the faithful who can no longer congregate and share in worship of the Almighty. In this regard, and conscious of the emerging trend of infections, I am hereby directing that the Ministry of Education fast-tracks and finalizes the ongoing consultations with all stakeholders that will provide us with an appropriate calendar for the gradual resumption of education in the country. The guidelines should also include protocols to be followed by all learning institutions in order to guarantee not only the safety of our children, but the safety of their parents and grandparents. 2, that conscious of the fact that Kenya is a God-fearing nation, I have also directed that the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Health, to continue and hasten their engagement with religious leaders across the country with the objective of developing protocols that will be adopted to guide a more participatory way of worship while guaranteeing the safety of worshippers. Fellow Kenyans, I also wish today, and on behalf of an internally grateful nation, to recognize and commend our healthcare workers for giving their all in support of our response to this pandemic. I also want to recognize our researchers and innovators, including the team of university students that designed and built a customized ventilator. The country is also indebted to the thousands of Kenyans who provided meals for our law enforcement manning checkpoints, and our artists who raised awareness of the virus through their music and artwork. But we are also forever truly grateful for our men and women in uniform who have continued to work above and beyond the call of duty to keep us safe and to ensure that rules are followed. We also recognize and commend all those who have selflessly and generously supported the Coronavirus Response Emergency Fund, from the contribution of 500 shillings by a young 11-year-old called Zawadi Mtua, to the Kenya shillings 300 million personal contribution from Dr. James Mwangi and his family. We applaud every single Kenyan from every facet of society who have donated foodstuffs, clothes, sanitary items, and other support items to the fund, which have been channeled to needy and vulnerable Kenyans affected by this crisis. I thank, too, all our international development partners who have quickly responded to our needs during this difficult time. Indeed, to recognize and honor these Kenyans who have exhibited exemplary service, sacrifice, patriotism, and heroism, and a high sense of civic duty in helping steer Kenyans through the current pandemic, and on behalf of an internally grateful nation, I have on this first day of June 2020 issued an executive order establishing a new national award and state commendation, the Presidential Order of Service, Uzalendo Award. The names of the inaugural recipients of this high national honor have been published in a special issue of the Kenya Gazette dedicated to them. Fellow Kenyans, I would like to end my address today by once again re-emphasizing the calling by our founding fathers, that they went through the fire and yet founded a nation that we call Kenya today. Their voices are calling out to each and every one of us during this moment of uncertainty. And they are telling us to be our very best in our darkest moments, just as they were. They are telling us that they fought for the liberation war for over 40 years and it came to pass. We will fight the challenges that we are faced with today, and this too shall come to pass. Mimi sitaki niongeze zaidi, isipokuwa tena kuchukua nafasi hii kuwatakia Wakenya wenzangu pahali popote mlipo, ikiwa ni Madaraka Day ya kipekee, kwa sababu leo hatusherehekei pamoja vile tumezoea. Leo vile Gavana Oparanya na naibu wa rais wamesema, tuasherehekea kila mtu akiwa nyumbani kwake, akisikiza radio, akiangalia TV au kwa mitandao mbali. Lakini hata kama hatuko pamoja kwa kiroho na fikira, tuendelee kuwa pamoja kama Wakenya. Na mimi sina shaka tutashinda na Kenya yetu itasonga mbele. Na watakia kila mmoja wenu laheri siku hii ya Madaraka, na tukienda mbele. Tumesema kuna mengine ambaye tutataja hapo baadaye, haswa kuhusu ile mikakati tutachukua siku zijazo kuhusu hii ugonjwa wa corona. Yangu ni kuwauliza wenzangu, tuendelee kuhakikisha ya kwamba tumetii zile masharti tumepatiwa na Wizara ya Afya. Tujue kwa ukweli huu ugonjwa uko nasi, na ni jukumu la kila Mkenya kuhakikisha ametenda kile awezacho yeye mwenyewe kibinafsi kuhakikisha ya kwamba pamoja tumeshinda na tumeondoa huu ugonjwa kati yetu. Na watakia kila laheri. Nasema Mungu awabariki, Mungu aibariki taifa letu la Kenya, Mungu aendelee kutupatia umoja na uwiano, na Mungu ailinde taifa letu. Asanteni sana.
Mheshimiwa Rais, umewadia hivi sasa wakati wa tamasha za machweo ya jua ambapo uhusisha bendi zote za majeshi ya ulinzi pamoja na kikosi cha usalama. Mheshimiwa Rais, Mass Band. zamu hivi sasa Mheshimiwa Rais na mkurugenzi mkuu wa bendi ya jeshi la nchi kavu kuweza kuchukua nafasi yake ndani ya bendi. Kwa heshima naomba sote tusimame kwa ajili ya wimbo wa kiinjili, wimbo wa kushusha kwa bendera zetu, wimbo wa taifa letu ambao utachezwa beti zetu tatu, na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Na wale waliovalia kofia ama vipeo visivyo rasmi naomba kwa heshima muweze kuvivua tafadhali. Mwelekezi mkuu wa bendi hizi anakuja kumwomba kwa heshima ruhusa Mheshimiwa Rais ili aweze kuziondoa bendi hizi uwanjani. Kwa heshima mnaweza kuketi tafadhali. Anaondoka mkurugenzi wa muziki wa bendi ya Jeshi la Nchi Kavu ili kuweza kumpisha mwelekezi wa bendi hizi kuziondoa uwanjani. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais kwa kuweza kupokea salute hiyo kutoka kwa bendi zetu za majeshi ya ulinzi.
You've been watching the 57th Madaraka Day. This is a special day, having been marked at State House, and practically virtually every Kenyan has been gluing their eyes on the screen to follow the proceedings. And here we can see President Uhuru Kenyatta, of course, with that namaste sort of greeting, saying goodbye to the delegates that were there at State House. And that also has been signed off by the military band. And the president has spoken quite movingly on a raft of issues as well. He's spoken quite polemically, factually and philosophically, pegging his thoughts on three main points. First of all, the constitutional moment, also the governance moment, and the COVID-19 pandemic. Is hacked back into history, lifting from, of course, literature, all the way from Facing Mount Kenya by Jomo Kenyatta, and also Jaramogi Odinga's book as well. And he's reminding Kenyans, yes, in this dark moment that we are living in, we need also to recall the voices of the forefathers who were telling us we should be our very best in this darkest moment. They went through fire so that we can have a good foundation as a nation. He's also laudably spoken of the healthcare workers and innovative ways on the way students have come up with customized ventilators to help the healthcare sector, as it is also severely been adversely affected by COVID-19 as it is when it comes to equipment as well. Security personnel have been also praised by the president. The president also has reminded us of the 7 social scenes, where he's recollected what Frederick Lewis Donaldson said when he delivered his sermon at Westminster, London on March 25th, that is 1925, where he talked about wealth without work, pleasure without conscience, knowledge without character, commerce without morality, science without humanity, worship without sacrifice, and of course politics without principles. So he's also talked on politics a bit. And we have our panelists that we've been following this particular address with right from the beginning. I've been holding court and I still have them in studio. This is Professor Peter Kagwanja, who is the CEO and founder of Africa Policy Institute. Also, we have Martin Olo, who is an advocate of the High Court and also a lecturer at the Kenya School of Law. Let's just begin with you, Peter Kagwanja, on this. Your big asks, your big wins. What do you think that the president did not deliver, and what did he deliver?
Dibao, let me start by saying that I did edit the president's speeches.
You did edit?
Yes, from the 9th of April to August 8th, 2017, in one book. And of all that, I think the greatest speech was the 9th April speech, 9th April 2013, his inaugural speech.
The inaugural speech, yes.
I think this one is competing with this one, with that one. This might be his best speech ever, the one he has just made today. And I want to say that because of a number of things. One, that this speech was very factual and historical.
Yes.
2, it was also polemical. He did not pull punches where he thinks he needed to punch straight.
Right.
3, it is deeply, deeply philosophical, in the sense that whether you are a scholar, you are a pedestrian, you understand where he's coming from and where he's going. Now, in terms of the take-home messages, he put Kenya back to reality, that by a number of messages. One, that Kenya is work in progress. Don't mark his exam like this is the end of the world. He's one of the many people who are building Project Kenya, which is still work in progress. 2, that we are building on the dreams of our fathers, of our founding fathers. And he went to the details to show how. 3, that we should not be a nation of cynics. We should have mercy on ourselves. Failure, successes, as we were told by Tom Boyer, are a part and parcel of nation building. Let's not be a nation of cynics. Finally, he said, I have also done my part.
Right. I need to interrupt you a bit because I think we have also our reporter Kennedy Murithi, who's standing by with Right Honorable Raila Odinga, just to get us, a sense of what he took away from President Uhuru Kenyatta's speech as well. We'll come back to Peter Kagwanja momentarily. Let's cross over to Kennedy Muriithi.
Well, a very good afternoon to you, Dibal. And just coming right after President Uhuru Kenyatta's speech, where I can hear Professor Martin Kagwanja even saying it is one of the president's best speeches this far. He has gone ahead to mention things that have happened in the later years and what our founding fathers have been able to do and where we are right now. And he says, the president, according to his speech, is that he has things to do and what he's going to take in his agenda. But right now I'm joined by ODM leader Raila Odinga to just give a view of what his take home was on this speech and what actually do you think was it the best? Is there anything that could have been improved? What else would you have looked for in that particular speech?
Today we are celebrating Madaraka Day, which is a very important calendar in our liberation. So I think the speech that the president made today really fits the occasion. And he has recalled the struggle for independence and the journey that this country has walked from 1963 to where we are today, and given very many examples of what has happened. I think that whoever wrote that speech did a good research, and it is fits this kind of occasion. It is a speech that basically takes us down the memory lane to where we started the journey and how we have walked that journey, the challenges, the ups and downs that this country has faced to where it is today, and also charting the way forward. How do you want to go? It's a reflection of what we discussed with him. This is really the basis of the BBI, and he has actually confirmed it in his speech. That he has a legacy that he wants to leave, a united country. And this one here I share together with him.
So in other words, what I've also picked up is that he is of the opinion that a referendum is almost inevitable, and this is actually speaking to your cause, what you have been advancing for quite some time now.
We have said several times that whatever we want to do is not for selfish interests, but for the benefit of this country. That we have a duty as citizens of this country to bequeath to the future generation a better country for our people. This is what we want, and this calls for sacrifices on behalf of everybody. All of us must basically shun self and look at the country as a whole and become more patriotic in what we want to do. In other words, it is not jobs for boys, as some people have simplified it. It is just taking cognizance of where we've come, the challenges we have faced, and how we can solve those challenges, looking at our constitution order. So I think that Kenyans will take the right decision for the interest of the future generation of our country.
Well, now that the president has also been very categorical, and there are those pointers which you've also alluded to about the BBI, is this one of the reasons why there have been some of these changes that we have seen even in Parliament in readiness for this BBI and the next steps of action?
Please, I don't want to get into the issue of the Parliament at today's stage. That is a subject for another day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. And those are some of the words that he's saying, and actually echoing that President Uhuru Kenyatta's speech is one of those that has been written well, and he says that it actually captures the thinking that he already has and the thinking that he and President Uhuru Kenyatta have been talking about with regards to the BBI. He's actually even gone ahead to say that they are really sure that this thing is going to go forward. So one of the take-homes that we do have from his speech is that they want to reset or to press the reset button, and that is what President Uhuru Kenyatta has been very categorical about. He's taken quite some time in his speech talking about what the forefathers were able to do, what his administration has been able to do, and what he believes that he should do before he leaves power in 2022. And one of the things that he's actually said is that they are not going to rewrite the constitution, but they are going to review the 2010 constitution. We are going to be preparing our story for later on, but right now I want to take you back to Dibal, who has a discussion in studio.
Many thanks indeed. Kennedy Murray there, and of course he was very, very dodgy on that particular very pointed question you asked him, and this is what we are talking about with the panelists here as we are winding up as well. Fancy footworks from Raila Odinga when it comes to the political question on what is really happening in Parliament, the question of BBI. And we know the President also said that political architecture without re-engineering our constitution can never happen. So the political architecture has to be with the re-engineering of the constitution, and it is difficult to police political culture, as it were. Briefly, then we hand it over also to Martin Olo as we're winding up.
I think from His Excellency Raila Odinga, what you get is that there's synergy between what he is saying and what Uhuru is saying. And when for those of us who have been in the classroom, yes, you read, Not Yet Uhuru by Jaramogi as a kind of despondency. In our national discourse, every voice in our nation building is legitimate. That's what has come out of this. There's no voice that is discordant, and that is what is behind the BBI. Yes, BBI is bringing the Kenyanness together. So if I could go back to what you were saying, and
briefly, then we hand it over to Martin because we need to wind up.
The key messages that President Uhuru has made is that we Kenyans brace for a constitutional moment. We are in a constitutional moment. It is not if, it is not whether, it is there. Two, we are on the moment that we are going to re-engineer our national ethos and governance architecture. We have to be a nation of morals, a nation that can be held to account, Burkina Faso if you wish. And finally, we are going to battle and win over COVID. And we are going to do a number of things as he has outlined. The details are in the speech. This is the kind of speech I'll give to my class. My PhD class cannot avoid this. This one, I have to share.
Martin, you agree this is a good epitome of a good speech that has been delivered today by President Uhuru Kenyatta?
There was everything that you look for in a good speech. One, facts, and then two, background, and three, messaging in terms of hope. Because when he was laying the background of the fire that the founding fathers went through to found the nation, yes, remember he used fire and founding, yes, and then he goes and says they did their bit, we must do our bit. Then he put in what his government has contributed, which he says is not necessarily better than what they did, but it was a continuation of the foundation that had been laid. But then he says there is still more work to be done. However, a number of things have to be fixed. And he said, let's fix our governance. Two, let us fix our culture, our political culture. Let us not bicker, let's not marginalize, let's not be ethnic and so on. Yes. And in his speech and in his quotations, especially looking at session of paper number 10 of 1965, that is deeply associated with T.J. Mboya. Then again he comes and quotes Mboya's book, then he quotes Agwin Skodek's writings, then he quotes Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, and then he quotes his father. Yes. Now, these are icons in this country, and for a long time when you talk about this country, sometimes we forget about who were the intelligentsia that actually drove our political agenda and drove our fight for independence. Therein is all that architecture. Whether you're looking at facing Mount Kenya, whether you're looking at Not Yet Uhuru, whether you're looking at Mboya's writings, it is there, and he has revisited it. And in so doing, he has prepared us for the kind of background that is informing his quest for constitutional changes. In other words, looking at how our forefathers came to this and what they wanted to do, and when we left the rail, and why he wants to take us back to that rail. So even as he talks about that rail, and he's talking about Susu and others, he too is saying, I want to put this nation back to its political rail. And that is very critical. And then he also went on to say, look, COVID has given us both challenges and an opportunity. We must stand together, we must work together, and perhaps there is something in there in his speech and perhaps even in his governance that he's saying there's a way in which COVID has also brought us back to a sense of discipline, a sense of responsibility. And he's saying in order for us to beat COVID, we must go back to our self-discipline, we must take up responsibility, and we must do that will safeguard us, safeguard our children, and safeguard our grandmothers and grandfathers. So there is a message of hope which he has driven home, but he has also driven his message of change, which, as you have heard from the Right Honorable Prime Minister, he has reinforced the BBI agenda, and that conversation is going to happen going forward. In fact, he wants to finish up with COVID quickly, bring it to some closure, because he has a business to do.
Let's leave it at that. Thank you very much, Professor Peter Kagwanja, founder and CEO of Africa Policy Institute, also visiting professor at the University of Nairobi Institute of Development Studies, also Martin Law, advocate of the High Court, and also a lecturer at the Kenya School of Law. Thank you for your sentiments, of course, in this very, very peculiar day, the 57th Madaraka Day, and Kenyans also have been doggedly following this. Thank you for your valued company. We'll have on this momentarily. Don't go away. Much more coming up.